The Regional Board back in session. Agenda item 10.
Dr. Longley?
Yes,
If I could report back from the closed session that the board referred two matters to
certainly
the
before
Attorney General.
before we go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Patrick.
The board referred two matters to the Attorney General for enforcement during closed sessions during the lunch hour.
Very good. We'll continue now with agenda item 10. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider a cease and desist order for the Valley Water Management Company. The designated parties for this proceeding are as follows: the board's prosecution team and Valley Water Management Company. All other parties are considered interested persons. The prosecution team has a combined total of 65 minutes for direct testimony, cross-examination, and a closing statement. Valley Water Management has a combined total of 65 minutes for the same. NAFTEX Operating Company will have 10 minutes. Interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes, and a timer will be used. The timer, you can see it up on both ends of our podium up here. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. This time, evidence should be introduced on the following issues: whether the board should issue, reject, or modify the proposed cease and desist order. The order of the hearing is as follows, and this is critical. We've changed this from our past practice, and Patrick.
Dr. Longley, I'm sorry to interrupt. Patrick, does Valley Water have 60 minutes or 65?
They have 65 minutes. I gave them 65 minutes, counsel.
Oh, great. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. As I started to say, after I give the order of the hearing, this will be commented on by Mr. Palupa. First, testimony by the prosecution team, then testimony by Valley Water Management, then cross-examination of the prosecution team, then cross-examination of Valley Water Management, then comments by NAFTEX Operating Company, then comments by other interested persons. Finally, closing statement by Valley Water Management, followed by a closing statement from the prosecution team. And Mr. Palupa, explain our rationale for changing this.
Yeah, there was a slight switch made to the order of the proceeding to give Valley Water the opportunity to present their testimony before they conducted cross-examination of board staff. This was largely done because often the cross-examination questions given by the discharger to the prosecution staff lack context. Valley Water wanted to give their case in chief before it started conducting cross-examination. Otherwise, the first words out of their mouth tended to be the cross-examination of the prosecution team, which is allowable, but we made this slight change to give those cross-examination questions a little more context.
Thank you. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you have taken the oath before testifying. If you haven't submitted a speaker card yet, now is the time to submit one to Ms. LaFrance Rizzardi, who's sitting over here to my right. Does Regional Board Advisory Team Council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
One issue in that there were 8 form comment letters and 2 email comment letters that were submitted after the deadline for them to come in. We allowed, the board chair elected to allow some late comment letters in that were mailed by the deadline that they were supposed to be received. They trickled in around the beginning of July. Others came in obvious that they were mailed mid-July. The deadline was the 30th of June. We've excluded those. If you want to revisit that conclusion, that's fine. We can do that right now. They were all form letters identical to the forms that you have received early. Just want to note that there were those 8 letters that came in.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, John.
Before we start, I'd like to make a disclosure, and I've made this disclosure before, that in my my professional life I deal with the oil and gas industry, methane and greenhouse gas control. So though I have clients that are in the space of oil and gas, none of the participants of this proceeding are clients, and there's no financial interest in the folks that we're going to be talking about today. So wanted to just disclose that I've discussed this with Patrick and put that on the record.
Thank you, John. Any further comments? Yes, Bob.
You know, there's the legal issues of disclosure and conflicts, and there's a perception of conflicts. And I'm concerned, John, that in your wanting to proceed in this, that certainly all the oil and gas industry discusses all of these issues together, and your clients, I'm sure, often discuss issues with the people that are in this case, and the ramifications of them discussing this subject to your decisions could certainly impact on your financial wherewithal at some later date if clients decide they don't want you to represent them. And so that is not a legal conflict, but there is a perception of conflict, and I'm pretty sensitive to this. And I would ask you to reconsider your decision.
And thank you, Bob, for that. It's an area that we've talked about in the past. It's an area that has come up. I work for a law firm that is a big law firm, and there are a lot of clients that deal with the water board in a variety of ways, and the fact that I try and keep, and I don't deal with water at all in my practice, and if anything that I dealt with on this board could eventually, through several iterations of folks, come back to me, then I'd probably have to just recuse myself on many items. So with that being said, I've looked through the materials. I don't feel I'm biased in any way, and would not change my position.
I do appreciate your elaboration on that. Thank you.
Any further issues the board members would like to discuss? Are there any procedural issues that the designated parties would like to raise at this time? Hearing none, we'll proceed with the prosecution testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. I am Clay Rogers, the Assistant Executive Officer in your Fresno office, and I have taken the oath. Dale Harvey and I are here today to present a proposed cease and desist order for the Racetrack Hill and Fee 34 facilities operated by Valley Water Management Company, hereafter referred to as Valley Water. Though the sites are geographically separated and their site conditions are not identical, their operation is dependent upon each other, and therefore we brought both sites together in a single enforcement order and felt that that was appropriate. The presentation today, and it's going to take a little while to get through this, is basically divided into 10 parts and includes the items that are listed here. Most of this discussion is going to relate to the Racetrack Hill facility, although we will talk some about Fee 34. And it's going to concentrate on Racetrack Hill because this is where the largest contentious issues are located. This is an aerial photograph showing the eastern part of Bakersfield in the Edison area. The Racetrack Hill and Fee 34 facilities are in the green boxes and labeled. The Kern River is in the northern part of the photo, and major roads and highways are labeled for orientation. The Racetrack Hill facility is about 15 miles east of the center of Bakersfield, but only a few miles east of the eastern suburbs. In addition, the Rio Bravo Country Club and residential development is less than a mile to the northwest. The Fee 34 facility is about a mile northeast of the community of Edison. The Tulare Lake Basin Water Quality Control Plan lists municipal and domestic supply and agricultural supply among the beneficial uses of groundwater in the area of these sites. Again, as I said, the two sites are dependent of each other because Fee 34 is where wastewater is collected from the Edison oil field, and then it's pumped uphill via pipeline to the Racetrack Hill facility, where most of the disposal actually occurs. The Fee 34 facility sits on approximately 3.4 acres of land and contains the 6 surface impoundments shown here in the aerial photo. Wastewater flows to the facility from leases throughout the Edison oil field and is directed into 2 gunite-lined wastewater ponds. Oil is skimmed from the oil separation areas of these ponds and is placed in the 2 oil ponds that are unlined and netted until picked up and shipped off-site. The oil ponds contain a mixture of oil and wastewater. The wastewater flows from the wastewater ponds to the gunite-lined shipping pond, from where it is pumped via a pipeline to the Racetrack Hill facility for disposal. There is an unlined pond that's labeled here as the stormwater basin that is used also to store excess wastewater. During our inspection of March of this year, the pond contained wastewater. Inflow to Fee 34 is approximately 10,000 barrels a day, or 420,000 gallons of wastewater. Whatever does not evaporate or percolate at Fee 34 is again pumped to the Racetrack Hill facility for disposal. This is the photo of the 2 wastewater ponds looking across the facility from the eastern part of the site. These ponds are reportedly gunite lined. This shows the oil separations on the oil separation areas on the near ends of the ponds. And in the distance, you can see citrus orchards that are dependent upon good quality groundwater for at least part of their irrigation needs. This photo shows the 2 oil ponds and looks to the east. These ponds contain wastewater as well as oil. Oil accumulates in these unlined ponds prior to shipment off-site, and these ponds are netted as required to keep wildlife out. Again, agriculture is in the immediate vicinity of this site, and you can see the grapes growing on the south side of the facility. This is a photo of the stormwater pond looking east. The photo was taken on March 27th of this year. This pond collects stormwater from the facility and is also used to store excess wastewater. During our inspection in March, fluid was observed in the pond. Staff measured the electrical conductivity at 3,900 micromos per centimeter and determined that it was wastewater in the pond. This was confirmed by Valley Water staff during the inspection. There is a discharge pipe that appears to be how wastewater inflows into the pond. Storage of high conductivity in unlined ponds, such as occurs in the stormwater and oil ponds, is a significant threat to water quality, especially given the surrounding agricultural activities and rural residences. Now we'll switch to the Racetrack Hill facility. This is an aerial photograph of the Racetrack Hill facility. There are 27 unlined ponds with a couple of them pointed out here. And for the most part, they are the little black areas in the photo. In addition, there are 2 spray fields covering approximately 94 acres and designated by the areas within the light blue dotted lines. Surface drainage is to the northwest in an unnamed ephemeral drainage that flows into Cottonwood Creek that's just off the northeastern corner of this map. Cottonwood Creek drains into the Kern River, which is a water of the U.S. There also are residences nearby, with a couple of them pointed out. Reportedly, the residences southeast of the site get their water from wells in the Cottonwood Creek drainage. Other residences and a few-acre grape vineyards south and southwest of the facility do not appear to have a water supply other than local groundwater. This is a photo of 2 of the wastewater ponds at the Racetrack Hill facility. This view is to the southeast and shows the hilly nature of the area. One of the residences in the area can be seen in the upper right-hand corner of the photo. The pipes in the bottom of the photo are part of the system delivering wastewater to the pond. This is another photo of two of the other ponds looking at Racetrack Hill. And I just included this one because on the hills behind the ponds is part of the spray field. That is this area with the greenish color and some grasses and scattered vegetation. This is a photo of one of the sprinklers in the spray field. Sprinklers within the spray field are connected by piping running across the surface. I will mention here that the discharger refers to this as irrigation, but the purpose of spraying wastewater at this site appears to be to increase the volume of wastewater that can be disposed at the site. Plants in the spray field are reportedly non-native and salt and boron tolerant. It should also be noted that although transpiration of the plants removes water, it does not remove the waste constituents. In fact, the concentrations of waste constituents in the soil moisture below the areas of the spray fields is probably higher than the concentration of wastewater coming into the facility. Both the Fee 34 and Racetrack Hill facilities are covered by waste discharge requirements. The Fee 34 facility is covered by Order 92-110 that is a general order for discharge of produced water in the Edison oil field. And 92-11037 is a notice of applicability to be covered by the general order. The order and the NOA were adopted in 1992. This order implements the Basin Plan, and Prohibition A1 prohibits the discharge of wastewater to surface water or drainage courses. Prohibition A7 prohibits the discharge of wastewater within 100 feet of the drainage course. Excuse me. And Prohibition A5 prohibits pollution or creation of a nuisance. The Racetrack Hill facility is covered by Waste Discharge Requirements Resolution number 58-349 that was adopted in 1958. Even though the Racetrack Hill order is outdated and predates the Basin Plan, it has an important finding, a couple important prohibitions. Finding number 3 states, whereas the local groundwater is used extensively for domestic and irrigation purposes and is of satisfactory quality for these purposes, indicating that certainly the water in 1958 was suitable for this use and it was being used for those purposes. The prohibitions state that neither the waste discharge or its method of disposal shall result in pollution of surface water or underlying groundwater, and discharges outside the ponds are to conform to effluent limitations of 1,000 parts per million TDS, total dissolved solids, 150 parts per million chloride, and 1 part per million boron. Both of these orders are outdated, and the facilities need new waste discharge requirements provided they can operate in compliance with requirements that implement our current laws, policies, and regulations. If the facilities cannot comply with waste discharge requirement, operations will have to cease as of December 31st, 2016, if the cease and desist order is adopted as proposed. Numerous inspections have been conducted at both facilities dating back to at least the mid-1990s. Significant notices of violation were issued in 2013 for both the Fee 34 and the Racetrack Hill facilities after monitoring reports were submitted by Valley Water in July of 2013. The violations were for discharges exceeding Basin Plan and effluent limits in the waste discharge requirements for Fee 34 and exceedance of waste discharge requirement effluent limits for discharges outside of constructed ponds at the Racetrack Hill facility. The notice of violation for Racetrack Hill stated that the discharges to the spray fields were in violation and needed to stop in October 2013, almost 2 years ago. This table summarized some of the historical produced water quality, or what I will call effluent data, reported by Valley Water for the facilities. The electrical conductivity, or EC, has been a little less than 5,000 to more than 7,000 micromos per centimeter. The total dissolved solids, or TDS, has ranged from slightly less than 3,000 to more than 4,000 milligrams per liter, or parts per million. And the chloride has ranged from less than 1,400 to slightly over 2,400 milligrams per liter. And the boron has ranged from 6 to 20 milligrams per liter. The effluent limits for the Racetrack Hill and Fee 34 facilities are shown at the bottom of the table in red and are significantly less than the quality of the discharge being applied to land at these facilities. The basin plan limits for discharge of oil field produced waters are the same as the Fee 34 limits, and the basin plan allows an exception if it can be shown that the discharges will not substantially affect water quality or uses. The wastewater being discharged greatly exceeds these limits, and it has been demonstrated that water quality objectives are being violated at the Racetrack Hill facility, and water quality has been substantially affected. On July 1st of 2014, we issued an order under Section 13267 of the Water Code to Valley Water to provide hydrogeologic data regarding the sites. In a cooperative manner, we allowed a phased approach to conduct characterizations at each facilities. We had presented a draft cleanup and abatement order to Valley Water, but it became very contentious because they argued we had no evidence of groundwater impacts, and therefore we issued the 13267 order in lieu of the CAO to try to move forward in a cooperative manner, since we could not support with data that the discharges had impaired the beneficial uses of groundwater, and since no groundwater work had been performed at either site. Valley Water had started the groundwater investigation prior to the issuance of the 13267 order, but we felt, based on the potential issues, that the work needed to be completed as soon as possible. Valley Water contested the order because they argued that the timelines were too short and they were moving forward and did not need a schedule and an order. The timelines were aggressive, and we felt that an incentive was needed to make sure that the work was completed as quickly as possible.
Clay, did they ever indicate to you that they would, is Carmen, that they would never comply or anything like that? Or
No,
was
they
it
did
just the
not.
schedule?
They said they would. To be honest with you, when we had gone out, when I first went out and looked at the facility, it looked to us like it was probably a very significant problem. And we felt that it was important to make sure that we all had an agreement that the schedule would be adhered to, or if it could not be adhered to because there were very good reasons, we could use enforcement discretion. But we felt that an incentive was needed to make sure that we stayed on track.
Okay, thank you.
For this slide, I'll start with the cease and desist order requirements common to both sites. The requirements, for the most part, are consistent with what we are requiring for cleanup and abatement orders for other oil field wastewater pond facilities. These requirements include continued hydrogeologic site characterization, which can be done in phases, to include the lateral and vertical extent of any groundwater impacts. Identify and sample all water supply wells within a mile of either facility. If discharges have impaired the ability to beneficially use the water, this order authorizes the Assistant Executive Officer to require Valley Water to provide replacement water supplies to an affected party. Valley Water has to demonstrate that discharges to the pond can comply with one of the general orders that will be regulating produced oil ponds that we're anticipating will be in front of this board in June of next year, or the discharges are to cease by December 31st of 2016, And that's the maximum time schedule that we have in our plan of how we're dealing with oil field produced ponds that are not under permits and are not under adequate waste discharge requirements. The CDO, as proposed, requires that only discharges to existing ponds can occur after August 15th of this year. This would stop discharges to the spray fields at that time. Now we'll talk a little bit about the groundwater data. This is an aerial photograph of the Racetrack Hill facility that I showed earlier in the presentation. And it includes locations of facility monitoring wells and analytical data for groundwater samples collected from the monitoring wells and wastewater. The shallow wells and data are in black, and the deeper wells that are completed below first encountered groundwater are in red. The wastewater data are in black with a yellow, in that box with the yellowish background. Valley Water's consultants have concluded in their hydrogeologic reports and expert submittals that groundwater in all of the shallow wells, with the exception of well RTH-5, which is northeast of the site and in the upper right-hand corner of the slide, have been impacted by site discharges. They also concluded that shallow groundwater is mounded due to the percolation and discharge activities. And in fact, when you look at well RTH-1, the concentrations in those wells are actually higher than the wastewater was on this date. So I think we're getting some concentration of the waste constituents due to evapotranspiration. But I mean, this is basically pure wastewater in groundwater. Valley Water consultants have indicated the groundwater in all three of the deep wells have been impacted by wastewater. Valley Water's consultants stated there is no evidence for a mound in the deeper groundwater, but insufficient data are available to support this because with only 3 well elevation locations, you can only define a planar surface. And any irregularities or the presence of a mound, you can't do it with 3 wells. So they may not have any evidence of a mound, but they certainly have no evidence that there isn't one either.
Clay, what is the shallow well depth? At what level are they screening for the shallow and what level at deep?
You
And
know,
it doesn't
I-
have to be exact, if you know roughly.
Pardon? For the shallow.
If we're
Yeah,
not
50
speaking
to
into the
80
mic,
feet.
it's not going to get picked up.
Clay, you are getting some information from the back of the audience. Could you please repeat the source of that? And
Okay, that came from one of my staff, Ryan West, who said that the shallow wells were approximately 50 to 80 feet deep, and I'm going to ask him now what the depth of the deeper wells. Do you remember?
That's okay. I like
Yeah,
to.
as I remember, and I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong during their presentation, it's something on the order of 100 feet deeper. I want to say you take well RTH-8D, which is the northern deeper well, that it's about 200 feet deep to the best of my recollection, but I hate to stand up here and testify on recollection.
And that's good enough. I just needed just a frame. Thank you.
Also, with these water supply wells, they've identified very steep gradients, upwards of 130 feet per mile. And based on these steep gradients and permeable sediments underneath the site, one would expect groundwater flow to be rapid. And if a mound is being created under the site, significant percolation of wastewater to the aquifer is occurring. Based on the data presented, groundwater beneath the facility has not only been impacted by the wastewater discharges, but it is polluted, and the beneficial uses of this water have been impaired. Pollution is when the water has been degraded to the extent that water quality objectives are exceeded. Not only is first encountered groundwater impaired, but so is the deeper groundwater. At a minimum, groundwater concentrations of boron, chloride, electrical conductivity, total dissolved solids, and sodium that's not on this greatly exceed water quality objectives for one or both of for the municipal, domestic, and agricultural beneficial uses. This figure is from Valley Water Consultants Phase 2 report and shows their interpreted direction of groundwater flow in the shallow groundwater. Their interpretation is that groundwater is flowing north-northeast, basically down the ephemeral drainage. They do not contour the remainder of the site, and they commented to us that this was because there were insufficient data to do so. It is interesting to note, as this figure is from Phase 1 of their hydrogeologic investigation report, that a shallow boring, RTH-2, that you can see in the little box down there, that's west of the shallow monitoring well, RTH-1, was advanced to groundwater and reportedly intersected groundwater at a lower elevation than the groundwater elevation in RTH-1 and indicates that groundwater is flowing west toward the city of Bakersfield, toward the agricultural areas. It is also interesting to note that this figure indicates that the bottom of the pond is in direct contact with groundwater. Since that blue line is their approximate groundwater elevation, there's enough discharge going on from the ponds and the spray fields that this interpretation that they presented in their Phase 1 report was that it had completely saturated the Vado zone. The bottom line is that with a significant groundwater mound beneath the site, groundwater flow is complex and in multiple directions. And the problem is that we really do not know the extent of impacts in any direction. Oh, I went one too far, excuse me. This slide is a figure of the Valley Water Consultants Phase 2 report and shows their interpreted direction of the deeper groundwater flow. Their interpretation is that deeper groundwater is flowing to the north-northwest. 3 wells is the minimum number of groundwater elevations needed to calculate a specific flow direction, and any complexities, again, associated with mounding or whatever can't be identified with only 3 points. Groundwater elevations at the Racetrack Hill facility are significantly higher than the groundwater elevations on the eastern edge of the valley floor, just a few miles south and west, and clearly indicate that while flow on a small scale can be calculated to be in a particular direction, ultimately this water is going to flow to the valley floor, where a multitude of wells are used to provide municipal and domestic and agricultural water supplies. Salt and boron-sensitive crops such as citrus are grown along the eastern edge of the valley, and increases in salinity could significantly impair the ability to use this groundwater. Coarse-grained alluvial sediments of the Kern River and Shenack formations are exposed across most of the site. Underlying these rocks are the Santa Margarita Formation, which consists of sandstones and conglomerates. These rocks dip or slope to the southwest toward the valley floor and are also major sources of groundwater on the eastern edge of the valley floor. This is a lot of the aquifer that supplies the domestic and agricultural wells on the east side of the valley, are these same rocks. First encountered groundwater at the site again occurs in the Kern River Shenack formations. Groundwater is suitable for municipal and agricultural supply has been reported in the area for the Kern River Shenack and Santa Margarita formations. The monitoring wells on site are completed in the Kern River Shenack, and with the exception of deep monitoring well RTH-D that is completed in the underlying Santa Margarita formation. Groundwater from the aquifer is being beneficially used in the area, and this, I believe, is a fatal flaw for the idea of a variance or a basin plan amendment to remove beneficial uses of groundwater in order to allow discharges at the sites to continue in the long term. In addition, groundwater use in the area is likely to increase as the city of Bakersfield grows and residential development moves east. We also are seeing groundwater use increase significantly during the drought. Groundwater from the site occurs at a higher elevation than groundwater on the eastern edge of the valley, and groundwater from the site ultimately flows downhill to the valley. Kern County is a water-short area, even when rainfall is normal. And this problem has been exacerbated during the current drought. The bottom line is that groundwater resources in Kern County need to be protected to support the beneficial uses. Valley Water has also been conducting a hydrogeologic investigation at the Fee 34 facility. One groundwater monitoring well has been installed, and it appears that significant waste impacts have not been identified. However, the well screen from where the water enters the well was installed from a depth of 395 feet below ground surface to 435, and static water level was measured after construction at a little less than 300 feet. It appears this well may not be properly constructed to detect a problem caused by Valley Water's discharges. Unfortunately, the well was drilled using mud rotary drilling techniques that have fluid in the hole, preventing direct observation of when groundwater was encountered. It appears the well may not be properly constructed to identify whether first encountered groundwater has been impacted. In addition, one well does not allow the direction of groundwater flow to be calculated, so we do not know if the well is properly positioned to intercept the problem. In addition, there is no background water quality data, which may be needed in order to help the groundwater quality evaluation. I will mention that Valley Water's consultants did leak testing on 2 of the gunite-lined ponds. They concluded that the leakage rates, the greatest was measured at 4.4 millimeters per day, or 5.3 feet per year, was not enough to cause a problem. That's great. But 3 of the ponds that receive waste are unlined, and I'm not sure that 5 feet of really poor quality water per year over the entire area of the ponds would not create a significant problem. A soil boring was also advanced on site to a depth of 200 feet with samples collected and analyzed. The consultants concluded, based on minimal soil moisture detected and analytic results, that it did not and they did not detect high concentrations of waste constituents in the sample, that there was no migration to groundwater. Based on the coarse-grained nature of the soils, leakage from the ponds that is probably pretty much vertical, along with the vadose zone, you always have those preferential pathways, that a boring on the edge of the site may not be able to ensure that significant leakage has not occurred. We believe additional work is needed. And at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dale Harvey to discuss surface water issues and potential off-site discharges at the Racetrack Hill facility.
I'll have to work around that. We're not moving.
I don't know, I pushed down, it worked for me.
Technical difficulties.
Let's see.
What were you using? What? Chairman Longley, members of the board, my name is Dale Harvey. I'm a supervising engineer at the Fresno office, and I've taken the oath. I will be speaking about the potential for waste to discharge from the Valley Water Racetrack Hill site. As Mr. Rogers mentioned, Resolution 58-349 states that the discharges shall not result in the pollution of surface or underlying groundwater. The
Dale, you'll
discharge-
have to get closer to the microphone, or you can sit down and give your presentation.
I can get closer. The discharges at the Racetrack Hill facility violate or threaten to violate this requirement because they are high in EC, chloride, and boron. The facility is in an area of steep topography. The facility is upstream of Cottonwood Creek and the Kern River, both of which are waters of the United States. Runoff from the facility likely contains pollutants in high concentrations that could pollute local surface waters, and the facility lacks an engineered containment system to prevent off-site discharges. Well, this thing didn't like me. There we go. This Google Earth image is from March of 2015. In the lower middle section, outlined in yellow, is the Racetrack Hill facility. The distance from Valley Water property to Cottonwood Creek is about 1,800 feet to a half mile, and from there, as shown by the blue line, it's about 2¼ miles to 2½ miles to the Kern River, an elbow of which is just visible on the top of the slide. This is a diagram from Valley Water's Phase 2 final report dated 30 June of 2015. This report was prepared by Kennedy Jenks Consultants and is in your agenda materials. The diagram shows 6 site drainage areas. Of particular concern to the prosecution team is the downslope western edge of Drainage Area 1 and the downslope end of Drainage Area 5, which also picks up runoff from Drainage Area 6. There are no controls at these locations specifically engineered to keep wastewater and runoff containing pollutants on this particular site.
Dale, can you go to the slide right before that one, please?
Sure.
How far away is the residential there, if you had to estimate, as far as, you know,
I
mile?
believe the golf course looking area,
Yeah,
I believe that's about a mile to the northwest.
okay. Thank you.
According to the scale on this, though, it looks like it's much less than that. Now I'd like to speak a little bit about some of the information presented in the Kennedy Jenks report. In the final report, Kennedy Jenks indicates it reviewed aerial photographs from March of 2015, like the ones I showed you. The source of the photograph appears to be Google Earth. Based on the photographs, Kennedy Jenks states that the facility landscape does not show changes related to erosion. The final report also says the photographs show there is no evidence of vegetative growth that would be caused by surface water runoff from the site, and what appears to be vegetative growth in the photographs is actually shadows. Kennedy Jenks states that during a recent field survey of the site, the trained survey crew could not identify signs of sheet erosion or sediment rills. The final report concludes that the existing configuration of ponds, ditches, and catchment basins is adequate to prevent runoff from the Racetrack Hill facility. The following couple of slides tell a different story. This slide shows a picture of the facility looking to the southwest. I'll get this at some point. The low end of Area 1 is shown on the right-hand side of the slide, outlined in blue. The spray field areas are outlined here in green. In the orange box here, you can see some of the green associated with spray field activities on the hillside. And if you look real close, there are significant erosion gullies shown in the areas of the yellow circles. Outlined here in green, you can see a concentrated swath of vegetation that goes from Valley Water's last containment structure beyond its fence, down the drainage to the creek that runs along Breckenridge Road, or the drainage that runs along Breckenridge Road. This drainage discharges to Cottonwood Creek. This slide shows a similar pictorial. And again, the green patch or green swath goes from their last containment structure, kind of around the little berm there, and down the drainage to the drainage along Breckenridge Road. These slides show evidence of erosion and of off-site discharges. Appendix F of the report, prepared by Kennedy Jenks, provides the basic analysis of whether or not Valley Water can keep its discharges on site. I'll refer to this report as either the JASPAR report or JASPAR analysis. In this report, the Racetrack Hill facility is divided into 6 small watershed areas. JASPAR then uses an empirical model to calculate the runoff from a single storm event for each of these 6 areas. The JASPAR report then calculates the freeboard needed in the ponds within each drainage area to contain the calculated runoff. The report uses a 100-year, 24-hour storm event of approximately 3 inches of rainfall. This slide shows the results of that analysis. For example, drainage area 2, shown in bold, is about 43.9 acres, produces about 3.5 acre-feet of runoff, and has a pond area of about 3.6 acres. The 2 in bold there on your screen is a typo. Based on this, the ponds in that drainage area would have to have 12 inches of freeboard prior to the storm to capture any runoff associated with the storm. As I mentioned earlier, one of the prosecution team's concern is runoff from areas 5 and 6. As shown in yellow, Area 5 has very limited storage. So much so that, as noted by the little NCs on the slide here, Jasper and Associates did not calculate how much freeboard would be required to contain the combined 6.7 acre-feet of expected runoff from areas 5 and 6. I'll touch on this topic in a few more slides as we move on. This slide describes various assumptions and statements in the Jasper report. First, the report assumes that all the pond interconnections are capable of carrying calculated runoff flows. However, it also states that it does not address this issue. Rather, the analysis concludes that the conveyances must be okay because they've reportedly been working for the last 50 years. The report also states that flows from longer storm events can be managed by adjusting pond freeboard amounts and by dewatering the ponds prior to the rainy season. Regarding the lack of storage in areas 5 and 6, the Jasper report states that operators have stated during heavy runoff events they use booster pumps to intercept the water that's running off these areas and pump it to ponds uphill that still have capacity. The prosecution team has several concerns about this part of the analysis. First, the model used only examines runoff from a single storm event, and the chosen design storm depth is based on relatively old data. Further, the analysis does not examine how runoff volumes will change over the course of longer wet periods or a wetter than normal rainfall season. During wetter periods, runoff would expected to be higher. The report does not evaluate the effect of precipitation that falls directly on the ponds on the capacity of the overall system. The empirical model used to calculate the runoff contains a factor that adjusts for water that is retained or detained in the soil profile. That consideration would not apply to precipitation that falls directly on the ponds. The Jasper report does not take into account consideration that runoff flows from the spray field areas will be higher than calculated by the model because of increased soil moisture. Nor does the report analyze how wastewater discharges to the ponds will affect the capacity of the ponds. We have had pond freeboard concerns at this site historically, as the next slide shows. And finally, the Jasper analysis uses a design precipitation of 3.0 inches of rain instead of about 3.54 inches of rain, which is a more current estimate of the 24-hour 100-year event in this area. This slide shows one of the ponds with minimal freeboard. As you can see, the water level is almost to the top of the embankment, and there is not much, if any, room for runoff flows. This photograph was taken in March, still part of the rainy season. Another issue is that the JASPAR report indicates The connectivity and sizing of the conveyance channels and pipes from pond to pond is critical to its analysis. However, the report then goes on to acknowledge it does not address this issue, but rather states that the connective piping channels, etc., must be adequate because it has reportedly worked for the last 50 years. There are no reported off-site discharges, and aerial photographs don't show levee failures. The report makes no assessment of the integrity of the conveyance systems and doesn't even mention the spray field disposal system that has pipes on the ground running along drainages. As I've mentioned previously, the Jasper report notes that areas 5 and 6 have minimal storage. The reports also note that the slopes in these areas are steep to moderately steep. However, the report essentially says this is okay because the site operators have said that during heavy rainfall events they use booster pumps to intercept runoff and then pump it back uphill to ponds with capacity. This conclusion causes us pause for the following reason. The report's evaluation of the adequacy of Area 5 and 6 containment systems is based on statements by Valley Water personnel, not on engineering analyses of the system. 6.7 acre-feet of runoff produced over 24 hours equals an average flow rate of about 1,515 gallons per minute. Peak flows during storm events in small watersheds generally begin slowly, climb pretty high, and then trail off. This means the instantaneous flow rates at the terminal end of Area 5 are likely to be much higher than 1,515 gallons per minute. These peak flows have not been provided in the report. There also does not appear to be any engineered containment structures capable of accommodating these kinds of flows at the low end of Area 5. The report provides no engineering accounting or hydraulic analysis of the capacity of the small storage features that do exist in Area 5. The site also lacks any kind of automated monitoring system, to our knowledge, to inform Valley Water when there is problems with the storage and disposal systems or when there is runoff from storms. This begs the question, what happens when something breaks or malfunctions or when a storm occurs at night? The discharger is not provided in the report to the board or to the board any set of standard operating procedures that would describe how the booster pump process is implemented or how well it works. Nor has Valley Water provided a description or analysis of the pumps that are employed during this process or their hydraulic capacities. So in summary, discharges at the facility are high in salts, high in EC, high in chloride, and high in boron. The Phase 2 report underestimates the potential runoff from the site and fails to characterize the overall wastewater storage and disposal capacity of the facility, and fails to demonstrate that Valley Water can keep its discharges on site. The facility does not appear to have engineered controls to ensure that Valley Water can keep its waste where they're supposed to be on site. These to the contrary, aerial photographs show evidence of erosion and off-site discharges. These discharges violate, or at the very minimum, threaten to violate Resolution 58-349 and the Federal Clean Water Act. The proposed CDO is necessary to address these violations and to ensure that Valley Water takes adequate measures to keep its waste on site. That concludes my part of the presentation, and I'll now turn it back over to Clay Rogers.
Good afternoon, Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer with the Fresno office. And I'll talk about our comments received and how we responded to the comments. The Central Valley Water Board received 23 letters from interested parties, which are summarized in the following slides. Detailed responses to the comments are available in the prosecution team's responses to public comments that was provided in your agenda package. A few of the comments were addressed by the advisory team, such as a request to hold the hearing in Kern County. For those issues, the prosecution will defer to the advisory team if there are any questions. A number of the letters with this comment were received. Some of the letters that the cease and desist order would result in the shutdown of oil field operations. Some of the letters indicate that discharge to Valley Water is their only means of produced water disposal and state that adoption of the cease and desist order in its present form will require the operators to shut in wells and cease operations. A couple letters go on to state or imply that the cease and desist order will result in the shutdown of the Edison oil field altogether. The proposed cease and desist order requires Valley Water to cease discharge to the spray fields at Racetrack Hill by the 15th of August. The cease and desist order allows Valley Water to continue to discharge to its ponds while it investigates the extent of groundwater impacts and while it makes any needed modifications to their operations so that discharges can comply with our laws, policies, and regulations. The cease and desist order requires Valley Water to obtain suitable waste discharge requirements by 31 December of 2016. Valley Water has not provided a suitable analysis of its overall disposal capacity or of the individual disposal capacities of the ponds and the spray fields so that the actual effect on the amount of waste that can be discharged at these sites if the spray field ceases operation, we don't know the answer to that. It will result in a decrease in the amount of wastewater that can be discharged. Valley Water takes about 20, based upon Dogger records over the internet, it takes about 29% in 2014 of the produced water. And then certainly some percentage of the water, the 10,000 barrels per day that Valley Water does accept, ends up being discharged and percolates through the ponds or evaporates. So it does not include the shutdown of Valley Water's operation. It does not include shutdown of the Edison oil field, although it may well impair the ability of Valley Water to take as much water as it has taken historically. Several of the letters indicate the cessation of discharges to the spray field and their closure of the Valley Water facility would result in the end of royalties being sent to widows and the elderly on fixed income and result in bankruptcies and for some cessation of oil production. The National Association of Royalty Owners, in a letter to us, stated that 800 royalty owners in Kern County would be directly affected by the cease and desist order. Other letters note that the economic effects will ripple throughout the local and state economies, affecting not only the operators, but also those they contract with. A letter from Naftex, which is the largest oil and water producer in the Edison oil field, which has injection well capacity for disposal, estimates that cessation of their discharges to Valley Water Management Company's Fee 34 and Racetrack Hill facilities would result in a 28% loss in production and about $14,000 per day in revenue. It sounds a lot like they base that on the percent of the Edison oil field's water that goes to Valley Water and assume that that would result in the same amount of oil production. Certainly, if they were to have to reduce, we would expect that they would triage the wells that they get, and if they did have to close in some production, close in that production that had excessive amounts of water because they produce a lot more water than they do oil. Some of those wells, may produce 10 barrels of water for every barrel of oil, and some may produce much more water. So if it did have to come to that, I think the effect is probably a little bit overestimated, but I'm sure they'll respond to that. Again, the cease and desist order does not require cessation of discharges to Racetrack Hill and Fee 34, as is generally assumed by the comments, but it does require cessation of the spray fields. The potential economic impacts of the CDO on the oil producers have not been evaluated, but neither has the potential economic impacts for pollution caused by these discharges and the cost to have to fix water quality problems, or the impact on economic development if development cannot occur because groundwater beneficial uses have been lost. Well, you don't get it, and I get two at a time. Many letters indicated that operators have spent considerable sums of money upgrading their equipment and sites to comply with other environmental requirements. While we appreciate the improvement of the facilities to comply with environmental regulations, our mandate is to protect water quality and maintain the beneficial uses of water for future generations. The prosecution team has to balance the costs with the threat to groundwater quality. Many of the letters stated there is no threat to groundwater and no evidence of a problem. Groundwater at Racetrack Hill is polluted, and there's no other way to state it. Pollution is clear from the data provided, and therefore this comment basically has no merit. There is no requirement for an imminent threat or for complaints by neighboring landowners for adoption of a cease and desist order. Instead, the prosecution has shown the violations of the water code and pollution are in violation of the Racetrack Hills waste discharge requirements. Valley Water and other commenters seek more time so they can consider alternatives, including increased underground injection, blending with better quality water for recycling, implementing a salt management plan, and or seeking a variance or basin plan amendment to remove designated groundwater beneficial uses. Basically, Valley Water has known since October of 2013 that the spray fields cannot comply with the waste discharge requirements and that they should cease operation. They should already be working on any needed alternatives to disposal. Potential discharges to surface water require a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit, and discharges that potentially violate the Clean Water Act need to stop. Underground injection is a good solution for alternative disposal. Recycling is a little bit more questionable unless it can accommodate very poor quality water. To use this water for irrigation would require significant and costly treatment, as the mixing ratios to meet water quality requirements for crops and the additional salt load to the agricultural land would probably make use of this water infeasible without significant treatment. As mentioned earlier, groundwater in the area of both sites is being used for domestic and municipal supply and agricultural supply, and de-designation is not an alternative when a beneficial use exists. The cease and desist order does provide until December of 2016 to come under modern waste discharge requirements, which is the maximum amount of time we've provided in our plan to address oil-filled wastewater ponds with other producers. Valley Water has requested years of additional time and investigation before having to comply with our laws, policies, and regulations. All the while, pollution continues and additional waste constituents are being placed in groundwater with the potential for surface water impacts.
Clay,
Yes.
can you walk through the process of underground injection and what it would take to make that happen?
Well, that's a difficult issue, and unfortunately, underground injection is probably a difficult question right now, but basically to get underground injection, and I don't know exactly what the status of aquifer exemptions, but you have to be exempted under the Safe Drinking Water Act, federal law, in order to have a Class 2 injection well, which is for oil field produced waters. If your TDS of the receiving water is greater than 10,000, you're categorically exempt under the Safe Drinking Water Act. But if it's less than 10,000, then you have to have an aquifer exemption that historically has gone through the Division of Oil, Gas, and Geothermal Resources, or the DOGGR, and then ultimately needs to be approved by US EPA. That process is being changed a little bit now, where data are being submitted for new aquifer exemption requests to the State Water Board and the Dogger and the water boards, either the state board or the regional board, as we have received some resources, although we haven't filled the positions yet for underground injection control. We'll be reviewing and concurring that an aquifer exemption is appropriate, because basically what we're saying is that to inject wastewater in there, that water doesn't have any beneficial use, and the best use of that water is as disposal. The best use of that zone is to dispose of water. Certainly with the quality of the water we're dealing with here, underground injection would be an excellent alternative as long as it's done properly and it goes back into zones that have poor quality. I know there are injection wells. I'm not familiar with the specifics. Perhaps like somebody from NAFTEX who's here, I know they operate some injection wells and perhaps could clarify that question a little bit better. But basically you got to get the aquifer exemption, and then you have to get your permits from the Dogger in order to get a project approved. And then there's two types, and some of that depends upon whether it's water disposal or if you're recycling the water to increase your production, enhanced oil recovery. You know, if you're using the water for water flood or something like that in order to push the oil toward a well, somehow mobilize the oil to enhance your production, then if it goes into an oil producing zone, it's also categorically exempt too.
And thank you, that's a detailed answer, I appreciate that. The timing on how, because as a good alternative, the timing has to work as well. What kind of time frame are we looking at in general these days? I understand things are changing and there's a lot of flux and lots going on, but
As far as I know, Dogger has not been producing permits very quickly. So I don't know that I could provide a reasonable estimate about, you know, if you submitted an application today, when could you expect to get the permit approved? You know, and some of that depends upon whether the zone you want to inject into needs an aquifer exemption or already has an aquifer exemption. If it already has an aquifer exemption, my guess is it can move a lot quicker. If you're trying to get something exempted that isn't previously exempted, or it's now become questionable about whether the exemptions that people thought they had in the past really exist, it's going to take a while longer, but I would hate to hazard a guess about how long that would be. So I'll summarize, and I'll try to keep it short so we have a little bit of time left. Groundwater is polluted at the Racetrack Hill facility, and insufficient data are available for Fee 34 to conclude the discharges pose no threat to groundwater quality, and that groundwater beneath the that facility has not been impacted. We have demonstrated that there is potential for surface water discharges to the Racetrack Hill facility to flow off-site and would be in violation of the Federal Clean Water Act. Since the facility does not have an MPDS permit, the spray fields need to cease operation now. In addition, the Racetrack Hill facility waste discharge requirements do not authorize the discharge of wastewater that exceeds the discharge limits of 1,000 parts per million TDS, 150 parts per million of chloride, or 1 part per million of boron in areas outside of the constructed ponds. This further supports ceasing discharge by August 15th in the spray fields. Significant additional hydrogeologic characterization is needed at Racetrack Hill to evaluate the extent of impacts and identify the extent of impacts on the beneficial uses of groundwater. Additional characterization is needed at Fee 34 to identify whether groundwater has been impacted at that facility. This concludes the prosecution team's presentation. I would like to enter this presentation, the agenda package, and the Central Valley Water Board files for these sites into the record. Dale Harvey and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Clay. Bob?
Clay, could you just recap again the situation with the ponds at the racetrack facility?
Well, the situation with the ponds is we believe the ponds are contributing to the pollution along with the spray fields. However, we have come up with a plan for the ponds. If we shut the ponds and the spray fields down, it would shut down the Racetrack Hill facility. And so we weighed the balance of, we thought the Clean Water Act violations were very significant. Our conclusion was that if we slowed down the discharge at Racetrack Hill, at least the pollution would not occur at the rate that it has while we get a handle on it. This facility has been discharging for a while. The unfortunate thing is, based upon where we are today, we have absolutely no idea how far the impacts have gone or the extent of impact. I will say that
Let me interrupt
the
you
ponds
there.
are part of the problem.
Let me interrupt you there. And you say it's difficult to characterize it. This is because of the lack of data. Am I?
That's correct, because we just haven't gotten to the point yet in the hydrogeologic characterization. We need to step out and drill additional wells to determine how far it's gone, understand the direction of groundwater flow better. But both shallow and deep water at Racetrack Hill's affected. It doesn't look like shallow groundwater down toward Cottonwood Creek, northeast of the sites, affected. That well actually had very good quality water in it. But all the other wells at the site appear to be impacted. Some more than others. But we need to understand better how that mound is being affected, and where it's going and what impacts are being occurred.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Oh, okay. Clay, given the size of these sites and the information that you know about, getting studies done and contracting and getting reports put together, do you think that the schedule proposed by the Water Board is reasonable?
Well, if we didn't think it was reasonable, we would not have included it. I mean, I will say for this site, the schedules we're proposing are aggressive.
Right, I heard you say a couple of times that this is
know,
the
and-
maximum we can allow, and this
and-
is the maximum we can allow. So is that a self-imposed maximum we can allow, or is this statutory? I'm just trying to figure out.
It's not statutory.
Okay,
We are trying to come up with what can happen in the best case scenarios. Certainly, if due to circumstances beyond their control, they can't comply with the schedule, I would propose as Assistant Executive Officer that we use our enforcement discretion, of whether we ever brought an issue back to the board. I will say, though, that, because of the nature of this, because it's upgrading into Bakersfield and areas that are sensitive to high-quality irrigation water, that we feel that these investigations need to move promptly and get the questions done as quickly as we can, and to start to answer the questions. I mean, the issue with this facility is without significant modifications, it's unlikely either one of these sites can comply with current waste discharge requirements. The quality of this water is such that it really is what we would call a designated waste under Title 22. The quality of the water is so poor that it has a significant ability to affect the underlying groundwater, and it needs to be contained. To have percolation ponds really presents a problem, and then to spray it out on the ground just exacerbates that problem even more. So we have a schedule to address ponds. We're dealing with it. And so we felt that we could use that schedule to address the ponds and see what we can come up with, if there's some kind of treatment that can be developed or whatever, because there will be some impact on some of the people, and we're sensitive to that. However, we're also sensitive to the fact that the prosecution team believes we need to move forward in protecting water quality.
right, and I certainly, you made that point very clear. I just want to make sure that when we're saying this is as far as we can go, or this is the maximum time allowed, that we're not talking about statutory timelines. These are self-imposed deadlines that are
Yes, they are.
determined by you and your staff.
And certainly, it's to the discretion of the board if you feel those timelines should change.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Yeah,
I have a
John.
question. In the CDO and in the presentation, there's a reference to oil field wastewater pond general order. Can you give me a little status on where that is? And
Well, yeah, I can give you a little status. It's an old order, and I'm not thoroughly, I don't have it memorized verbatim like I do some things almost, but it was an order that was adopted in 1992, and it's specifically for the Edison oil field. And that is the order that the racetrack, or not racetrack, but Fee 34 is under. One of the important prohibitions, I think they realized that in 1992 that discharges to drainages and whatnot was not appropriate because that order has a prohibition against the discharges to wastewater. So, and that's not in, it's a little different, but I'm assuming that that's part of the reason why they may have never updated the Racetrack Hill facility waste discharge requirements, even though our interpretation is that, the spray fields do not comply with the 1958 order either. And certainly the results of the discharges do not comply with the 1958 order. But, that's a general order that was for all the ponds within the Edison oil field. It was done after the basin plan, certainly well after the basin plan was put in place. The 1958 orders even predate the basin plan. I think you'll hear some arguments that they predate anti-degradation, and anti-degradation doesn't apply, but the issue with that is this order never allowed pollution. And so, any impairment of water quality above water quality objectives is a violation of the order. And violates anti-degradation because since 1968, certainly he was never authorized to go above water quality objectives.
okay, so appreciate that, but now I'm confused.
I'm sorry.
If I could, I think there's two general orders mentioned in the cease and desist order. One is the 92 general order. The other is the general order that the board proposes to have out in 2016.
Oh,
That's
that
the
is-
one.
That's what I was referring to, right?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. What we're looking at, and I talked about it in the information items when I was here, whenever the last time was, that maybe it was June. We're proposing some general orders to be adopted in June of 2016, basically to cover ponds that can comply with our laws, policies, and regulations for surface water discharges. So, we want to put those together because certainly like the E and B item that we heard last month, some of the water qualities either are so good that they may not have a significant effect upon groundwater, so land discharge may be okay, or we want to encourage recycling of that higher quality wastewater, or you may get out in areas of western Kern County where the underlying groundwater is greater than 10,000 parts per million total dissolved solids, and the wastewater like what we have being discharged at Racetrack Hill is actually better than the underlying groundwater, in which case surface discharge may not pose a threat to the beneficial uses and wouldn't be degradation or pollution. The unfortunate thing about this is that this is poor quality water over good quality water. And so these really are the specific issues that we need to get on top of and make sure that we take care of them. But, in 2016, we're looking at that. So the facilities, the ponds that can comply with those orders, we would want to have them under those orders by 2016, by the end of 2016, or those ponds that are not under waste discharge requirements, or the ponds that have very outdated waste discharge requirements like these two would have to cease operation if they can't comply.
And Board Members Constantino and Ramirez, as a hybrid answer to your questions, our Exhibit 14, the sump work plan, that was the item that had been discussed by the executive officer and Mr. Rogers in order to address all the sumps in Kern County by December 2016. And so to answer your question, the general order will come before the board next June, and then all the sumps in Kern County, we have, tried to set the goal for all the sumps to address it by that date.
Any further questions from board members? Thank you for your testimony. At this time, we're ready to receive testimony from Valley Water Management, but before we do that, we're going to recess for about 7 minutes. So be back in your seats, please. We're back in session, and we're ready for testimony by Valley Water Management.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Larry Bright, and I'm the manager, have been the manager of Valley Water Management Company since 1980. We're a nonprofit corporation. I'm here to provide a short intro before our expert witnesses testify. In February of 1932, a group of oil companies met in the southern San Joaquin Valley to discuss the disposal of produced water. They knew that they could not simply discharge it into the natural drainages and let it run out into the valley floor. They realized that the best thing to do would probably be to create a separate entity to handle this water. They did this without any pressure from outside entities, no government agencies. This is back in 1932. They just knew it was the right thing to do. Thus, the predecessor of Valley Water Management Company, was known as Valley Waste Disposal Company, was created 83 years ago. The purpose of both of these entities was and is assisting its members in the appropriate disposal of produced water and to coordinate its efforts with all governmental authorities and agencies authorized to regulate and control water pollution in the state of California. Our company has grown since that time. We now have 20 districts in the southern San Joaquin Valley. We represent 27 different oil companies that are very, very large, very small independents, and very small, what we call ma and pa corporations or companies. The Edison oil field, which at one time was operated primarily by major oil companies, has since then pretty much been sold off to smaller independents and ma and pa companies. The member companies that we serve in this field are Vaquero Energy, Navtex, Petro Resources, Pyramid Oil Company, Sequoia Exploration, Bud's Oil Company, Atlantic Oil, Premier Oil, Sun Mountain, Morrison Oil, Petro Capital Resources, and Hathaway LLC. These are not exactly household names. These are companies that depend on Valley Water for their continuing operations. We've operated the Racetrack Hill District, which includes the two sites that are on your agenda today, since the late 1950s with no complaints from offset property owners during that time. We've been regularly inspected by the Regional Water Quality Control Board for the past 25 plus years. During this time, we received no notices of violation before 2012. And in fact, what we did, we received responses after inspections saying that we were in compliance and that we had no violations. Had we been notified of any violations during that time prior to 2012, we would have, or that we were out of compliance, we would have taken immediate action as we have been taking since 2012 when something changed. And we began receiving NOVs after every single inspection out there. Obviously, something changed from the water board staff's perspective because nothing changed on our end of the operation. I think that part of the perspective for the reasons that include, or for the water board staff's change in attitude is the, quote, different political influences, as the prosecution team stated on page 9 of their rebuttal brief. In October of 2013, your staff called us to Fresno to discuss future wastewater disposal requirements, for this area and to express their concerns about the groundwater conditions of the area. This was the first contact that your staff had made with us regarding groundwater conditions in the Edison oil field since we voluntarily submitted the 1996 Drilling and Data Acquisition Report for Section 34. Following that 2013 meeting, we embarked on a very extensive voluntary groundwater investigation. We met with your staff on a regular basis and received their concurrence with the direction we were going. In spite of Valley Water working with your staff and performing this voluntary work, the board staff proposed a cleanup and abatement order and ultimately issued a 13267 order with completely unrealistic timeframes. We then continued to do the same investigation of the groundwater conditions that we were doing before we received the 13267 order. In spite of our cooperation, in May of this year, your staff recommended the issuance of the proposed cease and desist order that is before you today. I hope that you've had the opportunity to look at all the evidence that's been presented, and I hope that you will consider our expert witnesses' testimony very seriously before rendering a decision to impose upon us a compliance schedule that is unjustified and not achievable, and that will have such an adverse impact on so many companies, including Valley Water, and on many individuals' lives. Instead, we ask that you modify the schedule in the proposed order to conform with the schedule we have proposed to allow for continued operation of the spray field irrigation while we proceed diligently in continuing cooperation with your staff to complete the necessary investigations to define the nature and extent of releases from the site and to implement the best alternative for future management of produced water in the Racetrack Hill Edison area. Although we feel that the requirements and the deadlines in this cease and desist order are either unnecessary or unrealistic, of particular concern to Valley Water and its members is the August 15th, 2015 deadline to cease using our sprinkler system that has been operating here for decades, actually over 50 years, with no demonstrated adverse impact. And it's been successfully evaporating and evapotranspirating water on salt-sensitive vegetation. The sprinklers account for approximately 4,000 barrels per day of produced water. So the loss of this sprinkler system is going to be very significant. It means we're going to be losing about 1/3 to 1/2 of our water disposal capacity each day. We handle anywhere from 7,000 to 10,000 barrels per day. While we don't know exactly how the ponds will react to this situation, we do know that we will have them operating at maximum capacity to provide as much room as possible for our members' water, making it more difficult to maintain adequate freeboard. We will maintain adequate freeboard, but it's going to make it very difficult when we're having to put all the water into the ponds to provide maximum disposal capacity for our members. In addition, which is very significant, we'll be unable to perform the routine maintenance that we normally do out there. The scraping, the desilting of the ponds that have to be done in order to keep the silt from accumulating in the bottom and preventing percolation. My experience then is that these ponds will seal off and further capacity will be lost if we are unable to use the sprinklers. We do not believe irrigation with produced water is causing issues that would warrant ceasing this activity that is vital to our operation. And at the very least, we ask that you remove that provision if you decide to issue any sort of an order today. Thank you for your consideration. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, board members? I was assuming you were going to continue with your consultants.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Will this work all the way down at the other end?
I'm Stuart Childs, Kennedy Jenks. I'm a hydrogeologist. I live in Portland, Oregon. I'm going to start our discussion of our subsurface investigations. We conducted them at both the Fee 34 facility and Racetrack Hill. Both of them had unsaturated zone and groundwater saturated zone investigations. I'll start with Racetrack Hill. You can see here, to refresh your memory, the irrigation areas, and in our drawing, the irrigation areas go down all the way to the ponds on the north side of the hill. That area was referred to earlier by Dale Harvey. We installed these wells all in 2014 and 15. I'm looking at the two wells over on the leftmost side of the slide, RTH1 and 2. When we installed RTH1, it's a shallow boring at the top. We took soil samples every 5 feet to 80 feet, and and that was in an irrigated area. We took another boring 120 feet away in an unirrigated area directly to compare potential impacts to soil. We measured boron, chloride, and EC, and we found that for EC, electrical conductivity and chloride, the difference between all of the borings we did in unirrigated areas were indistinguishable from that of the irrigated area boring. In the irrigated area boring for boron, however, we found increases in boron in the surface 5 feet of soil, and then they were indistinguishable for the rest of the 80 feet. Next, I want to discuss a water balance that we prepared for the site. Valley Water has 54 years of discharge data. That's the top blue line you can see. And it goes from 1960 to 2014. You can see that in the beginning, the flows, the discharges to Racetrack Hill were quite large. They dropped down another little hump in the mid-70s, and then the discharge has homed in more or less on a much smaller and more consistent discharge level. In order to get a water balance so that we could compare a discharge, evaporative losses, and the amount that had to percolate, we calculated evapotranspiration from the irrigation area. That's the blue line on the bottom. You can see that in the beginning there was a small acreage and small evapotranspiration from a sparse canopy is how we made these calculations, a sparse canopy of desert grasses and some shrubs. Then when the facility expanded to 91 acres, that's where the straight line is up to present. The space between that line and the green line above it is the amount of evaporation from the ponds. And you can see that it was fairly constant over the years. I'll show you more about that in a moment. The difference between that green line and the blue line on top is the amount of water that percolated into Racetrack Hill. I'll show you another summary related to that. This is for the entire 54 years that we have records for. The top red line shows that we have 8,300 million gallons of discharge to Racetrack Hill. The second line shows you that 19% of the total water discharged has been evaporated from the ponds. And depending on how much canopy you think is on the Racetrack Hill irrigation areas, the evapotranspiration accounts for between 26 and 30% of the discharge water. The next red line shows the amount of water that is discharged to percolation from Racetrack Hill between 12,900 and 14,000 acre feet. In order to determine how much of a subsurface storage volume would be required, we divided by the porosity so that we could get the volume of soil required to store this water. And you can see, based on these calculations, it's between 43,000 and 47,000 acre feet. If that's a hard unit to understand, look at it this way. For a 200 acre area, that's about the size of Racetrack Hill, this would fill the soil to a depth of 200 feet. Finally, I want to say that for the last 5 years, 2010 to 2014, Valley Water has optimized how they manage things, and currently the evapotranspiration from the irrigation area accounts for 45% of the water discharged to the site. That indicates the extreme importance of the irrigation program to Valley Water.
Hydrogeologist from Fresno. My business address is 600 West Shaw, Suite 250 in Fresno, California. I've taken the oath. I'm going to talk to you today about the results of the groundwater monitoring that's been done at Racetrack Hill, and also the look at the water supply wells in the area and what we've learned from that. You've seen already the layout of the monitor wells. There are 5 shallow monitor wells. We want to remember the one to the northeast is along Cottonwood Creek. And then there are 3 deep monitor wells done, each adjacent to a shallow monitor well. Next. And the direction of flow as far as the shallow groundwater, we know that over in the northeast part of this area, the flow is towards Cottonwood Creek to the northeast. The flow directions in the rest of this area have not been defined yet because there is a groundwater mound, a high area. It means we expect water to be flowing off in different directions in the shallow water from this mound. Next. As far as the water quality.
Dr. Schmidt, I'd like to interrupt you there. Yeah, you mentioned a groundwater mound, and the prosecution team testified that that mound could not be confirmed or defined. Can you address that?
If you would allow me, I would like to address that when we show the deep water level map, because that's the map that they were referring to.
Very good.
The groundwater quality results you've seen before, the well 5 that is off to the northeast near Cottonwood Creek has a chloride and a boron that would be unaffected by the facility operations. Very low boron and chloride. It would be what we call background groundwater quality in the alluvium in that area. There's also a fairly low impact at RTH3, which is in a drainage area. So the 3 wells that had the greatest impact were adjacent to ponds. They had borons ranging from about, I believe, about 3 to 16 milligrams per liter. On the bottom, you see the produced wastewater. And I think this is an average of a certain number of samples, but overall, some of the higher affected wells are similar to the produced water. Next. And now when we look at the deep monitor wells, again, they were also drilled adjacent to ponds. And before we discuss a few other things, I wanted to refresh your geology understanding of the different formations here. And at the Racetrack Hill facility and in Edison, which is the southwest, and this does not apply to up near the Kern River, which I will explain in a few minutes, but this is what is going on at Racetrack Hill and at Edison to the southwest. We really have 3 formations: the Kern River Shenack, which virtually all the water supply wells are drilled in. This formation is very, very thin at the east edge of the facility, where the underlying Santa Margarita comes up almost to the surface. It is about, the Kern River Shenack formation is about 700 feet thick at the west edge of the facility, and the Santa Margarita formation is about 1,500 feet deep, the base of it, at the west edge of the facility. Underneath the Santa Margarita formation is the Edison Shale, which we believe is a near impermeable confining bed and forms a base of the usable groundwater aquifer in the Racetrack Hill area and the Edison area to the southwest. Next. Now the flow direction, your staff sort of minimized the importance of it or the value of it, but it does show a north-northwest flow direction. This has been confirmed by another round of monitoring since the initial one that was in the Kennedy-Jenks report. And this is a very fairly steep gradient, but you can't take the gradient alone, number one, and just say, well, the groundwater flows real rapidly. And this is because the rate of groundwater flow also depends on the hydraulic conductivity. Whenever we see steep water level slopes in an area like this, it generally means the alluvium is less permeable. That's why it has a steeper slope. And areas where the alluvium is more permeable has a flatter slope. But we think the groundwater is flowing in the north-northwest direction. There's no indication it's flowing to the west in this area. Now, I wanted to explain briefly the difference between shallow groundwater maps and deep water level maps. If you've reviewed some projects where people have gone out and put in new monitor wells, and let's say we're going to put in some new monitor wells and we don't know which way the water is flowing because there's no shallow monitor wells, the common procedures use maps from deeper supply wells that are on a website of the Department of Water Resources. And what I want to explain to you is when we make shallow maps, they are influenced primarily by recharge because there are virtually no water supply wells tapping these shallow deposits. In contrast, when we measure water supply wells, for example, in this area that would be 500 feet deep or 600 feet deep, they reflect primarily pumping patterns. And it's because there are clay layers underneath. And so this pertains to the idea of a mound thing. Do we expect a mound to be in the deep water that's underneath clay layers? No. So when we go to different places in the San Joaquin Valley and look at recharge basins or streams where they recharge. The shallow groundwater shows the recharge influence. The deeper water doesn't even see it. It just shows where the pumping patterns are. And this is the nature of the vertical, the sands and clays and deeper thing. So the water is moving to the north-northwest in the deep thing. This is the most important thing in considerations of impacts on water supply wells. It's absolutely the most important thing. It doesn't matter if there's a mound here. The question is, when you get beyond the mound or deeper, which way is the water going to move towards water supply wells? Next. These results showed an impact of produced water with the chlorides ranging from about 800 to 2,000. The sulfates, except for one monitor well, boron concentrations were pretty low. What happened here is well 8D, which is off to the northeast, we never found a good clay layer that separated the shallow groundwater from the deep groundwater. And it means the water level in the deep groundwater was the same and the water quality was very similar in the deep groundwater compared to the shallow. But we have a clear effect here of produced water. One other big difference from the water that's in the shallow groundwater is the presence of higher sulfate concentrations, which are not related to produced water. They are a natural derived thing in this area.
If I may ask you another question, from what you just said in explaining well 8D, then could I correctly surmise that the clays are, their extent tends to be localized and that there are fractures or inconsistencies in the clays and connections between the deep and shallow groundwater?
There would be inconsistencies. What's happening here is you go over towards 8D, you get where the Kern River Chinook formation is real thin, and so layers are pinching out over there. We wouldn't expect them to pinch out so much in the west direction, but in the east, the whole thing is going to where it's coming close to where there's no Kern River Chinook formation at all if you went a little bit further east of this monitor well. And this monitor well actually tapped where we perforated this well was in the Santa Margarita formation, so the Kern River Chinook formation here was above the water level where that well 8D is. Next. This is one of the most important kind of concluding slides. We'll show next after this the water quality of the sampled off-site wells. But I want to take you through very carefully what we know about off-site wells. And quite a bit has been said about Bakersfield, and since I live there half the time, I'm going to take the liberty of being sure you understand the geography of the Bakersfield area. First of all, there's two water systems, fairly large water systems in this East Bakersfield area. One is called East Niles, which serves the area that's west of Edison and over by Foothill High School, if you know that area. And south, going south down Weed Patch Highway towards Lamont, that's the East Niles water system. The only other large water system in this area is Cal Water Service. They serve the area east of 99, roughly, and the city of Bakersfield serves the area west of 99. Neither one of those people's wells are remotely could ever be affected by this facility. Before they built the new water treatment plant, which on this slide I think you know where Lake Ming is up at the northwest, the water treatment plant is not far from there. We did a large study for Cal Water Service all the way from where the east edge of their water service area used to be before they built this water treatment plant, all the way out here. And the conclusion of that study was that they could not develop water to meet the drinking water standards in this area. So we don't expect there to be any Cal Water Service wells ever affected because of their great distance away and the fact that their plans for future growth are to deliver surface water into this area for the public supply. So the real impact discussion here doesn't have to do with something miles away or downhill. It has something to do with right here, and this is a local impact. Our estimates of the rate of groundwater flow based on the same parameters that the regional board staff used, we got 1/3 the rate of flow, or 100 feet per year. as the rate of horizontal flow. So in 50 years, we believe that the influence of this water could be in the northwest direction at a distance of perhaps a half a mile or a mile. And now I'm going to take you through the wells sort of one at a time out here. The well 24J is east of the facility along Cottonwood Creek. It's completed in the Santa Margarita Formation, and it's a non-affected well, as I'll show you in a few minutes. There's a well 24M, which is right south of the facility, that's not operable right now. It has a collapsed casing, and it cannot be sampled and is not used. The next well to the southwest is a domestic well that we sampled. I believe it's about 700 feet deep. It is a non-affected well by this facility. And the remaining wells over here in red circles to the southwest, 26N and 26C, are not active wells. They're unused wells. One other thing that happens in this area is you go towards Comanche Road and Breckenridge Road, a number of wells that have been drilled as water wells have encountered oil. And I don't mean from this facility, I mean natural oil in the subsurface. So one of the biggest water quality problems in this area here in drilling a new well is to try to get water without oil in it in this area. If we go up Cottonwood Creek, 24J was not impacted. 13A and 13B, we call them unused. They have been filled in. We have personally visited those and photographed those. They have been filled in. They were old gravel plant wells about 70 feet deep. There's another unused well further north, 12F, which was probably used by the Nichols at one time for domestic use. It's been unused for a number of years. We sampled that, and that is an unaffected well. So we don't have any influence shown along Cottonwood Creek. The wells off to the north are part of Rio Bravo Ranch. They tap the Ulysses Formation, and all of the wells, if they're big producing wells in the range of like 1,200 or 1,500 or 2,000 gallons a minute, tap the Ulysses Formation. So the Ulysses is not a source of water supply down in the Edison area, and it's because the water becomes salty in the Ulysses Formation, but it is a source of water for the large capacity wells. Overlying the Ulysses Formation is an Edison shale, a nearly impermeable formation. So there are two irrigation wells here tapping the Ulysses Formation. They have been sampled because there are some, they have done some exchanges with Kern River water where they pump those wells into the Kern River for exchanges. They have no influence whatsoever by any oil thing. We have not inventoried every single well north of 178. We sampled a well over here, 16H, which showed no impact. There are a few other domestic wells, but they've not given permission to sample those wells. And there are a few wells up, irrigation wells up by Lake Ming and the golf course, the Kern County Golf Course. We are working on, they need to drill a new well up there for Lake Ming. The county, we're working on that. It's going to be designed to tap the Ulysses Formation. The Rio Bravo Ranch is going to drill a new irrigation well tapping the Ulysses Formation. We're working on that project. It will be over to the west, but it will also tap the Ulysses Formation. They can't tap the shallow groundwater because then you're charged with tapping the Kern River water, which you're not supposed to be doing. Let's go to the last slide. These are the quality analysis for the 4 off-site wells. The boron, very low. The chloride, very low. It's all indicated to be background water, what we've sampled so far.
Okay, we're going to switch and talk about Fee 34. Mr. Rogers explained how those ponds work. Ken Schmidt will tell you about C1D, a groundwater well. For the unsaturated zone investigation, we installed boring 34 number 1. It's 10 feet from those oil sumps, and it's 30 feet from the produced water ponds. Our intention was to drill as close as we could to the the oil sumps to see whether there was any indication of petroleum hydrocarbons, chloride, EC, and boron. In addition, we measured water content because in an unsaturated zone, signs of water are as important as the constituents. When we did that, we found that in the surface 5-foot sample, we found elevated chloride, EC, and a sign of TPH. It was actually present at really minimal levels. Every sample down to 200 feet below that had essentially uniformly low chloride, boron, EC.
Sir, just to clarify, you're talking about the boring here on the right side?
Yes.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am sorry too. That's the one that's close to the ponds there. We looked at the water content because often you would think that if there's any water movement in the subsurface, you would be at field capacity. That's a normal water holding capacity for soil. This profile of water content was striking because the water was very dry. It's what's called residual water content. No indication whatsoever of flow and no indication of movement of constituents below the 5-foot level to a depth of 200 feet in the unsaturated zone. Oh, yeah. Gary Carlton is reminding me that that's a good story, our boring in itself. But in 1996, 3 slant borings were installed from the north going down underneath the produced water ponds. In that investigation as well, 3 borings, they were at a depth of 70 feet by the time they stopped. No signs of produced water movement whatsoever. So our conclusion is based on the 1996 report and our corroboration in 2014.
And I'll be back briefly, Ken Schmidt, to discuss the, can you go back to the last slide? We weren't finished there yet. To discuss the monitor well that was installed at the C plant or Fee-34 facility. The regional water level maps are available for the Kern River Chinook in this area from the Arvin-Edison Water Storage District. So this facility, as far as I know, is in the Arvin-Edison Water Storage District, and it extends considerable distance to the south of it. Those maps, generally, historical maps, show a westerly groundwater flow direction in the Kern River Chinook. The top of the Santa Margarita Formation here is about 1,200 feet deep. The irrigation wells that are in this vicinity are tapping the Kern River Chinook Formation, and are not deep enough to tap the Santa Margarita Formation. And before we drilled this well, we had obtained the driller's logs for a number of wells in this area. And many of the earlier wells were drilled by the cable tool method. It was mentioned in the regional board's presentation that the mud rotary method was used to drill this monitor well. And that's because the reason their hole only went 200 feet deep is that's as deep as they could auger. So we can't drill a well 300 feet deep by augering. But in the absence of that, we had records of a number of wells which are drilled out here by the cable tool method, which is a method where they do not use drilling mud. They just drive a casing down. One of those wells happened to be right northwest, probably within a few hundred feet of this facility. And what they showed was that in many of those wells drilled by the cable tool method, they never encountered any groundwater until they got down to a clay layer about 300 or 350 feet deep. When they drilled underneath the clay layer, they hit water, and the water level stood 100 feet or so above the clay layer. That's exactly what happened in the monitor well, and it wasn't a surprise or anything. It's just the water down there is confined. We also ran a certain type of geophysical log called a sonic log, which provides us whether it's saturated or not, and it indicated that the shallowest groundwater was underneath this clay layer. So we think the monitor well is valid. As far as the water quality, we have samples. We may not have a background monitor well, but we have water samples from virtually every irrigation well in this area that's in the Arvin-Edison Water District. And I would say that half of those wells, or two-thirds of those wells, have chlorides in the range of like 50 to 100, and the remaining 40% or so have it in the range of 150 to 250 chloride. And we believe, and there's a very low boron in this monitor well, not indicative of the production water, but we believe these chlorides that are elevated from what they were out in the background area for Racetrack Hill are due to the legacy issues from the many unlined oil sumps that were in this area. They were shown in the Edison oil field report done in the 1950s, and one of them was not far east of this facility. So the former use of these unlined oil wastewater ponds for years created some of these somewhat elevated chlorides, but they're still relatively low. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman Longley and Board. I'm D. Jaspar. I took the oath, and I'm a consulting civil engineer. I've worked for Valley Water for about 10 years. We have offices in Bakersfield and Fresno. My work involved looking into how the racetrack facility handles stormwater runoff. And in order to do that, we did a number of things. The summary report that we issued doesn't reflect all the work that we did. And I'll review a little bit of that in order to get to the conclusions where we were. But the first thing that we did in order to look at the stormwater runoff was we determined the total storage available at the site. And I did this from an original engineering drawing of the site that I obtained from Valley Water Supply. The facility has about 152 acre feet of storage. That's total storage in the facility. It's contained in 24 ponds, and plus the 3 that are up on top of the hill. But the ones of interest are the ones in the North Canyon, of which there are 11. There are 8 ponds in the Middle Canyon. Oh, by the way, somebody needs to change the slide. That's me. Okay. The North Canyon, and I think staff has already indicated to you what that is, and that is the canyon that's right at the very top of the drawing. Then the Middle Canyon is the one that's in the center. There's a cluster of about 8 ponds in there, and then the Southern Canyon is the one down at the bottom. And the drainage areas are as defined by staff, and so we certainly don't have any arguments with that. We prepared the slide. But in addition to looking at these 3 drainage areas, we also looked at the 4th, which was the area that's parallel to Breckenridge Road, which also takes runoff from the area west of the facility, west of Breckenridge Road. That area has minimal storage, as pointed out by staff. It is subject to the runoff not only from lands inside the facility, but also, as I've said, from lands outside of the facility. But it drains to small terminal basins or ponds that are near and at the lower end of that drainage area. And if you look on your map right to the right of the last pond in the middle drainage canyon, that is where one of the sumps is, one of the ponds is. And then below that is a pretty significant pond that catches any runoff that would go on, that would carry on beyond that on to the north. I did mention, staff mentioned, and it is worth mentioning again, that drainage water, Valley Water Management installs pumps, portable pumps, at these terminal sumps in the wintertime in anticipation of winter rains. And so what happens in the wintertime, when they do get runoff, they do pump it back uphill to ponds in the middle storage area that have available storage capacity. And I'll talk about that in a minute as well. The way I did my study was I measured the pond drainage areas from the USGS quad sheets. And I calculated the runoff into the ponds for the NOAA Atlas rainfall amounts and for the historical rainfall amounts that were recorded at the nearest rainfall gauge, which is at Bakersfield Airport Meadows Field. I estimated the pond areas that I used from the Kern County GIS site. They're not exact. There are no area capacity curves that were drawn that I can find for those. And so I used the surface area to develop a rough idea of the average depth of storage required in order to meet the runoff requirements for the storms that we applied to the area, to give me an idea of how much storage we would need below the normal water surface area in order to provide for runoff for the winter storms. Additionally, as I mentioned, I looked at the historic rainfall. There's a 77-year period of records of rainfall for the Meadows Field Airport in Bakersfield rain gauge. I considered each pond and its drainage area, each pond, 24 ponds, and the amount of runoff into the pond, and I looked at the capacity of the pond. How did I find the capacity of the pond? It was on the original, and it is on the original engineering drawing. It's in barrels, which I had to convert to acre feet, but each one of those areas has a storage volume associated with the ponds. So I was able to take the rainfall for the time that I elected to use, whether it was a 100-year storm or whether it was a storm of historic record, and apply it to those ponds. And the results are in front of you. As I mentioned, well, let me talk about a couple of things staff mentioned. One is, I mentioned the historic 77-year record of rainfall at Bakersfield, and I used that information. I also used the NOAA Atlas rainfall amounts. My initial cut, which was in the initial report, the one that was issued on June 20th, the number that I used was the NOAA Atlas 2 amount, which was being used by Kern County for a number of years. I then also applied the 3.54 inches, which is the amount for the new NOAA Atlas that Kern County is now using. I applied both those, and I did the same analysis for all of the ponds, how much rainfall is going to come into this pond, and what kind of storage do I have to have for those ponds in order to accommodate the runoff from those storms. So a summary of that work appears on the slide. Thank you for getting that for me. Looking at the 77-year record of rainfall in Bakersfield, I picked the historic highest 24-hour rainfall amount, and that generated a runoff quantity of 12 acre feet. The area, and this is overall for the entire, this is a summation of all the ponds. That's 12 acre feet that are required out of 152 acre feet of storage that is in this facility. That's 8% of the storage to accommodate the runoff from the highest 24-hour event that's ever been recorded in the last 77 years. I applied the highest 7-day rainfall amount of history, 77 years, and the runoff that was generated from that total for the facility is 48 acre-feet. That consumes 32% of the available storage at this facility. And I have the numbers pond by pond as well. This is a summary. Then I looked at the NOAA Atlas, and I looked at the 100-year, 24-hour rainfall event using the 3.54 in this case. And it generated 31 acre-feet of runoff that would have to be accommodated by this facility. Out of 152 acre-feet in this facility, that's 16% of the storage that would have to be made available going into the winter in order to accommodate the runoff from this storm. And then I looked at the NOAA 7-day rainfall prediction, and that generated 80 acre-feet of runoff into this facility, which would consume about 52% of the storage in this facility. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention, because of that, we need storage, and we need storage going into the winter. And the way that Valley Water develops that storage is by irrigating the grasses and trees that grow in this facility, in the facility boundary. They spray irrigate. They do. And what does it do for them? It creates available storage going into the winter in order to provide the volume that might be needed if a storm were to hit and they would need the storage. They have storage available in the middle ponds, in the middle canyon, so that they can intercept rainfall that comes off that area to the east and pump it up into available storage in the facility to intercept that water. That's what they do. It's important to have the option to actually have the irrigation program continue in order to provide the required storage for this facility. It's an important element for the operation of this facility. Now, I looked at major rainfall events, and I'm looking for major rainfall runoff. And I did not see evidence at that facility that ponded water had reached beyond the boundaries of that facility due to a rainfall event. I talked to the operators, I talked to management, and I said, have you ever seen, has water ever escaped this facility during such a storm? They had not seen that ever happen. Nobody had evidence that, had observed that. So based on that evidence, my visual evidence in the area, and the numbers that I generated, and I generated them for a 100-year storm, a 200-year storm, 500-year storm, 25-year storm, and for the historic storms. And based on that, my conclusion was that in the history of this thing, the 50-some-odd years history of this thing, that none of the water, the produced water that goes into this facility has escaped the site. And I also concluded that runoff from probable future storms could be kept within the boundaries, that should and would be kept within the boundaries of this site if adequate storage volume is provided going into the rainfall season. Now, I wanted to address a couple of issues that that staff brought up, valid issues. I think they were good observations. As to the drainage, the spray drainage, I think staff pointed out the North Canyon, and that there would be runoff from that North Canyon along the boundary of that road, and then could possibly go outside the facility. And I walked up that road several months ago. There are culvert pipes installed. There's a V-gutter at the base of the hill. And any runoff that comes off the base of that hill goes into the V-gutter, runs down to a culvert that's installed in the V gutter, and it goes into one of the ponds. My observation or my conclusion after looking at that is that there would be very little opportunity for water from the spray ponds to escape the site. Questions?
Any questions, board members? Not this time, sir.
Chairman Longley, members of the board, my name is Jerry Carlton. I'm a senior consultant with Kennedy Jenks Consultants. I was retained by Valley Water Management Company in August of 2013 in response to a notice they'd received from your staff that was requesting they prepare a revised report of waste discharge for their facilities. I had begun the background work for performing that service for them, at which time Valley Water was summoned to the regional board's office, as Mr. Bright indicated in his statement, in October of 2013, and at a meeting at which we were advised that, in the opinion of the regional board staff, this facility would not be permittable in the future under current basin plan requirements, and that they had strong suspicions that there were releases from the facility that would be in violation of the basin plan, and advised us that they felt that we should begin immediately considering alternatives for exiting this facility and having a different management strategy. One of the things that we did at that time was take that advice very seriously, and also responded to Mr. Rogers that we felt that some investigations were necessary to define exactly what is the magnitude and the extent of any impacts that may have occurred, and if in fact they had occurred, did they warrant closure of the facility? We wanted to proceed in a stepwise manner, submitting work plans, gaining their approvals, and conducting these investigations. We have done that vigorously to date. The experts that we have had here today have spoken to the results of those studies. I did want to speak also to the alternatives. Mr. Rogers presented those in his presentation. There are basically 4 alternatives that we currently have working. We're looking for any other alternatives at any time that may work. The Rio Bravo alternative involves the transfer of the produced water to the Rio Bravo golf course area, where a pilot RO system has been put in place by the homeowners and being tested with water from Valley to determine if that water can be adequately treated on an economical basis to water their golf course. They're running out of water. I'm advised that the preliminary results of those tests are very positive. We have put out detailed, and they're included Exhibit 80 of the information submitted to you, detailed schedules for these alternatives. I believe Mr. Rogers said in his testimony that we have alternatives that will take years to be complied with. I would note that our projected completion date for the Rio Bravo alternative is October 2017. So this is 10 months beyond your 2016 deadline. I would say for the underground injection, we estimated March 2017. This is 3 months beyond December 2016. The salt management basin plan amendment, which Mr. Rogers feels is not permissible and would not be applicable here, and we'll address that further in our closing remarks. We do believe it is. It's exactly what CV Salt is about, is looking at alternatives of how salt can be managed in more efficient and cost-effective ways. And so we do think it's applicable. It would take 3 years. That's part of the basin planning process. We have no control over that. Finally, the Arvin Edison blending project, we have a deadline of April 2017. So it's 4 months beyond your 2016 self-imposed deadline for issuing these. So I just wanted to have some clarification on those issues.
Mr. Carlton, could you go back just 1 minute, please, on that? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I would like to explain further that my role in this project, when we were confronted with the possibility of having to close this facility down and look for alternatives and subject to enforcement orders, I assembled a team of experts. You've heard them here today. On my right is Mr. Jim Waldron, who's also a hydrogeologist and studied the water quality and is available to answer questions, but the work that he has done has been covered. So I would like to summarize now for you Valley Water's position relative to the adoption of this order. We feel that there has been no evidence developed to support cessation of spray operations by August 15, 2015. This action is unnecessary to protect surface or groundwater quality. Mr. Jaspar's presentation, which you just received, I think adequately demonstrates that Valley Water has demonstrated both the commitment and the capability over 77 years to manage the facility so there's not water discharge, and they have the commitment going forward for the 100-year storm, if that's the storm that we have to meet, but to put forth full commitment to ensure that there's no discharge from this facility. Secondly, in regards to the August 15th date, I do not think that there is any benefit to the protection of water quality at this site. What this is going to result in is forcing Valley Water to run their ponds at maximum head condition at all times to serve as many of their customers as they can serve. We will have more head driving more water into the system during that period. By using the spray evaporation system, we're able to actually evaporate a significant portion, as Dr. Childs showed, up to 45% of the water is not going to go into the groundwater. The soil sampling we did shows no evidence of that. There's no evidence of runoff from this site. So I think it's an important factor in protecting groundwater quality. I would also like to point out that in the staff's pre-hearing submittals, they made calculations of the rate of groundwater flow based on the assumed values of porosity and permeability and slope of the groundwater, and they made an estimate of 300 feet per year. Our experts believe there was an error in that calculation, and it's actually 100 feet per year. Use it either way, in 2 years' time, groundwater is going to move somewhere from 200 to 600 feet. This has been going on for 58 years. Under our assumptions, under 58 years, it's gone somewhere between a half a mile and a mile. So the concept that there's an imminent threat. Also look at the absence of any groundwater supply areas in the now understood to be groundwater flow direction. There are none. These factors which I just mentioned, I feel demonstrate that there's the possibility that there are relatively limited aerial extent of the impacts from what has happened here, what has been going on under permit for 58 years and approved of until 2012 when we began to be receiving notice of violation. We may have a plume that extends somewhere between a half a mile to a mile off the site, and in another 2 years, it's going to move another 200 to 600 feet. On this basis, I think it's reasonable for us to request that the deadline for cessation of the spray fields not be in place and that consideration be given to extending the ultimate long-term schedule for these companies to find another method of disposing of their waste to some date beyond December 2016. I believe the comment when we submitted these schedules by the prosecution team was that they were very optimistic. Well, I'd like to use one of Mr. Rogers' words and say that they're very aggressive. This is what we're going to try to do. But if bureaucracy gets in our way, it may be slower. But that's our intent, to move as quickly as we can. Finally, we have presented, I think, which is conclusive evidence that there's no need to continue investigations at the P34 facility. The soil borings from 1996 that Dr. Childs mentioned, they were actually performed in response to the 1992 general order that was adopted to cover that facility, which said if you can show evidence that your facility doesn't need to have the upgrades, you can be allowed to continue discharge. Those soil borings were drilled for that purpose. They were submitted to the regional board in 1996, which was the deadline, within 4 years. The report was never reviewed by the board. There was no response to it. When the report was submitted, it was requested that a hearing be held, which was provided for. When the order was adopted, there was never any hearing. At the time, the regional board staff has started moving forward with these enforcement orders. They made a statement that they deemed that report to be inadequate. I still say the data from that report are valid. If we were to attempt to move out, as Mr. Rogers indicated, and drill additional wells, as Dr. Schmidt pointed out in his testimony, we know there are legacy contamination, groundwater impact conditions throughout that Edison area from the historic oil field operations there. What we're going to find is those legacy conditions. And then we're going to be sitting here arguing, did that oil come from some sump out there back in the 1950s, or is that chloride coming from past activities? I say we have adequate evidence right now to say that we have completed our investigations at that site. That summarizes my testimony, and we conclude now.
Questions from board members? Mr. Carlton, I would like you to go back to the cease and desist order. I have to find it here myself, but there's a number of tasks required at both the Fee 34 facility and the Racetrack Hill facility. I think it starts on page 9, maybe, yes. And starting with item 2 on that page, the phase 2 subsurface investigation at the Fee 34 facility and the Racetrack Hill facility. Has that been completed yet? It's my understanding that some of these might already be completed.
Yes,
and that's what I'm trying to
Item 2
ascertain.
refers to results of the entire Phase 2 submittal, which have now been submitted to the board. At the time the cease and desist order was issued, we had made an interim Phase 2 report because the groundwater results from the deep wells were not back. We received those results and incorporated them into the interim Phase 2 and made it a complete Phase 2, and that was provided in the evidentiary process to the staff.
Thank you. And the item number 3, the amount of wastewater discharge to the facility, has that been completed? Or
It's
is
done.
That, pardon? That's
Done.
done. Okay. Going to the next page. 30 September, the Phase 3 work. Has any of this Phase 3 work been completed?
We already know what we're going to do next, and we'll be putting that together well in advance of the September 30th deadline to give to your staff to review and hopefully concur in the next phase of the work.
Okay. I think that pretty much answers my questions there. Are there any further questions, members of the board?
So I had a question, and maybe it's to Larry, as opposed to the technical experts. So there's a lot of comment letters about what would happen if we adopted the cease and desist order as is. And some of it is the capacity is lowered, some of it is you'll have to run it full bore. Can you just, in a plain English version of an explanation, what would happen if this was adopted as written?
Okay, I'll try. I think I said in my earlier words that we handle somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 barrels per day, depending on the activity in the oil field. Right now, it's down a little bit, obviously, because the price of oil is at $50 a barrel. But the evapotranspiration accounts for about 4,000 barrels per day of disposal for us. So if we were disposing of 7,000 barrels per day, so let's say, it's over half that we would have to pinch back by. So that's basically what it boils down to. And the only way we can do that is to tell the members that are sending us the water to cut back. So they would have to cut back their you know, if we say 50% cut back, everybody would have to cut back 50%. We've got operators that do have a little bit of extra capacity out there, maybe in the injection wells or other alternatives. We have others, especially the smaller ones, that have absolutely no other capacity. They would be shut in or very close to it if they had to cut their water significantly. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah.
Do you anticipate taking on additional members or your members taking on additional capacity during this time?
Oh, no, there's no way we can do that. I mean, we're going to have a hard time just taking care of our own members right now.
Okay.
And our own members don't, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, they don't consist of all of the oil companies in the Edison field. It's just the members of Valley Water Management. It's a percentage of the Edison field. But it means everything to those members.
Right, and that's kind of the confirmation that I was looking for, so thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We're ready to go to cross-examination, but I need to give the court reporter a rest. So we'll take a 10-minute break at this point and then proceed with cross-exam.
Given the time limits, we're going to pass on cross-examination, and we'll just do the same type of thing in our closing statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was fast.
Sorry, we need your name for the record.
Yes, Melanie, Melissa, you need to tell us who you
Sorry
are.
about that. Melissa Thorne, Downey Brand, representing Valley Water.
Thank you. And we'll take cross-examination of Valley Water Management.
This is Julie Macedo, Senior Staff Counsel with the Office of Enforcement for the prosecution team. And I'm going to need Doctors Bright, Jaspar, and Mr. Bright, Doctors Jaspar and Schmidt. Mr. Bright, I just have one clarification question for you to start. You testified that you had a proposed schedule to cease discharges to the spray fields, and I was unaware of where that was. I looked in Exhibit 80, and in the briefs, you describe removing a couple of paragraphs of the proposed CDO, but what is your testimony regarding stopping discharges to the spray fields?
I didn't quite understand. The first question, the first part of your question was, what was that again? That I had to propose some kind of a proposal on that?
You testified that Valley Water is proposing a different schedule to cease discharges to the spray fields. When would you like to stop discharges to the spray fields?
I think what I said was the August 15th is almost impossible for us. But yeah, we would like to see it go as long as we can until December 2016 at least, unless we can get that extended, which we feel we should be able to get extended also.
Okay. Has anyone ever reported to you that an off-site discharge has occurred?
No, nobody's reported one to me. I did hear from a farmer one time that said he talked to somebody that said they saw water flowing.
Okay,
But that was probably 20 years ago.
Has the regional board ever reported to you that an off-site discharge has occurred?
No.
Okay, sidebar.
If you're referring to evidence that's been excluded from this hearing, we don't think that that's appropriate for that to come in.
Well, he just testified that he's never been.
Well, that didn't go off of the property. Their property line goes across the street from that facility.
I'm happy to have the inspector who drafted the notice of violation, but Mr. Bright either can withdraw his testimony.
Let's hold on right here.
That's fine.
Patrick, appears to me we're getting into an area where we might want to exclude some.
Well, the notice of violation that we're referring to is Exhibit 87, which has been excluded. The question, to my knowledge, asked if Mr. Bright had knowledge of any off-property discharges. He answered that. I think that's asked and answered at this point.
And we'll leave it there. Proceed, please.
Yeah, it was asked and answered. The notice of violation expressly stated and addressed to Mr. Bright stated that discharges had left the Valley Water property. It stated it on page 1 and in the conclusion statement. So either he missed.
I think you're beating this to death. Move on to the next item, please.
Okay. For Dr. Schmidt, is the Racetrack Hill site underlain by coarse grain deposits?
It's underlain by coarse grain deposits, fine grain
Dr.
deposits.
Schmidt, can you get real close to that microphone,
sorry.
please? Thank you. And begin again.
There are different deposits. Some are coarse grained and some are fine grained.
Okay, and you would expect those deposits to have high conductivity?
Well, the steep water level slopes that are in the monitor wells we have don't indicate a high hydraulic conductivity.
Okay. Turning to Dr. Jaspar, you testified that your summary report did not include all of your work, correct?
My summary report, I did not include all my tables. No.
Okay. Did you testify as to new opinions today that you had not presented in your summary report?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did you testify today as to new opinions that you did not present in your summary report?
No, my opinions stay the same, that the facility, I think in my report I indicated that I didn't think water would escape the site in a rainfall event, and that's still my opinion.
I'm going to go to your slide. '23, if I could. Can you help me? 23, if I can. The runoff storage balance slide that you presented.
Let's stand in place here while Mr. Gates tries to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and I'd just like to correct you. Thank you for the compliment for my doctorate, but I don't have a doctorate. Thank you.
Well, hey, I'm happy to elevate.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the last line, the 100-year storm for the 7-day event, and looking at the percent of racetrack storage required for runoff at 52%. Does that account for wastewater that's being discharged to ponds?
Yes, it does. And the way that it was developed, there's a couple of things that bear on that. About a month ago, I did a very brief inventory of the amount of storage available in the ponds at that time, around the 1st of July. And at that time, they had, due to the spray fields and due to the operation that they had nearly 60% of their capacity available at that time, according to my calculations. So that would mean that at this point in time, going into the summer, they should even have a greater amount than 60% because they continue to spray. So when they go into the rainy season, they may end up with, let's say, 70% of vacant storage going into the rainy season.
Okay, thank you. You testified that it was your conclusion that none of the produced water has ever escaped the site, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
But
Yeah,
you-
that's what I,
But you also testified that irrigation creates available storage, correct?
that's right.
Would you admit that irrigation is a discharge?
I guess I'm not an attorney, but it would be, you're discharging to the spray fields.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. At this point, we're ready for testimony by Naftex Operating Company. Neil, and I know I'll have a problem with the last name, Malpita, am I correct? Andrew, can you make sure that
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board. My name is Neil Malpede. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I'm an employee of Naftex Operating Company as their senior petroleum engineer. I'm here today as an interested person to make a statement regarding the tentative cease and desist order directed towards Valley Water Management and their Racetrack Hills facilities. Naftex is a small privately owned independent oil company founded in 1988 with producing operations located in the Edison field. We produce about 900 barrels of oil per day. Naftex utilizes cyclic and continuous steam flooding as enhanced oil recovery to recover our oil. We employ 25 individuals in the Edison facilities. Our team is made up of operators, maintenance, and construction personnel, including technical and management staff. Of the 14,000 barrels of water we produce each day, 4,000 barrels of that goes to Valley Water, which is about 28% of our total water production. And as is processed by Valley Water at the Racetrack Hills facilities, both at V34 and at the Racetrack Hill. Oil-producing companies like Naftex have been using Valley Water handling services for nearly 60 years. 250 barrels of oil that we produce is a result of producing that 4,000 barrels of water. And that 4,000 barrels, like I say, is being currently sent to Valley Water for processing and disposal. Should Valley Water's facilities be ordered to cease irrigation at their racetrack facilities, those 250 barrels of oil per day would potentially be reduced significantly, if not curtailed altogether. Lost production of this magnitude will likely result in layoffs of NAVTEX personnel and the demise of third-party contractor and service sector work, resulting in direct and negative impact on state, county, and local tax revenues. The loss of 250 barrels of oil production equates to a loss of about 14,000 barrels of revenue per day at today's oil prices, or about $5 million per year. This revenue alone supports nearly one-third of NAVTEX's manpower that would potentially have to be let go. Additionally, our capital projects planned for the expansion of developments in these areas that we produce the 250 barrels of oil would be curtailed. These are significant projects encompassing the drilling of new wells, performing the recompletion of old wells, and the upgrading and expansion of existing surface facilities such as dehydration and steam generation. This translates into no new procurement of equipment and materials, no contracting of labor and service providers, and resulting in no growth for NAVTEX and no new jobs. Jobs and tax revenues will be lost. NAVTEX is aggressively pursuing two of its own alternative methods to dispose of the 4,000 barrels of water produced that currently is being given to Valley Water. This is being done concurrently with the alternatives that are being pursued by Valley Water. These two alternatives that NAVTEX is pursuing are subsurface water injection and recycling of produced water. The first project, which relates to the slide that I've got shown, which is a Gantt chart showing the scheduling historically and forecast to complete the water injection project, is what I'm going to be talking about. NAVTEX recognized early on that alternative produced water handling would be necessary in the event that Valley Water would be required to limit or cease their current operations. Consequently, NAVTEX identified a candidate well that could potentially handle water injection. Subsequently, we applied for an underground injection control permit through the Dogger on May 2014, more than a year ago. 12 months ago, or 12 months later, our application for UIC permit had finally moved up the ladder in the Dogger review process. We were told that that application now is going out for review, out for review by Regional Water Board and for public comment, and that has been completed. The point of me telling you all this is the time element that it takes to go through the process of getting a UIC, underground injection control permit. We can only speculate how much additional time it will take for Dogger to respond to the public comment and agency comments to complete the balance of the review and approval process within Dogger, the Regional Board, and the EPA. Reflecting on a previous project that we just completed on a UIC application for, that was started 2.5 years ago, and we were just granted the project approval letter last week. 2.5 years into a UIC application. So excessive UIC processing time has become the rule and not the exception. And once we get the project approval letter, that just means we get to start to do the real work, which is the process of designing the injection well, the conversion of the producing well to injection well, build new surface injection facilities, install new pipeline, all of which takes time to design, permit, procure materials and equipment, and install. And my Exhibit 1 just shows, in summary, that we're looking at about 22 months for regulatory tasks that have to be completed, which is a variable, and that's why I show it as a dotted line. We don't know how far that's going to extend out. And 5 months of well work, which includes designing the conversion of the well from a producer to an injector, and then doing injectivity tests, which at that point in time will tell us whether we can even inject our produced water into these two zones, which, by the way, are aquifer exempted for this particular well. So at that time, we'll decide whether this is a success or failure, and then we've got another 7 months of work to build the surface facilities to make this a permanent installation for water disposal. All in all, it puts us out roughly in October of 2016, if we're lucky, to complete this particular task of a water disposal well. Alternatively, and concurrently, I should say, we're looking at recycling of water. And what that means is that we would take approximately 1,200 barrels of that 4,000 barrels and convert that into soft water, which could be used for boiler feed water for making steam as part of our enhanced oil recovery. But we still have another 2,800 barrels of water to dispose of or to reuse or recycle, and we're working on possibilities of how we could deal with that water. So that's not a complete answer. But the two initiatives that we've looked at, the subsurface injection and the water recycling for use as boiler feed water, go hand in hand, and we're going to pursue those side by side. Both of them would work very well together and solve our disposal problem, but they both take anywhere from a year and a half to 2 years to complete. That's my point. In closing, we have heard during the course of various meetings and workshops with personnel from Regional Water Board and Dogger that, quote, "It is not our intention to leave you with no alternative for the handling of your produced water." Leaving us with insufficient time to pursue alternatives leaves us with no alternative. Valley Water's Racetrack Hill District facilities have been operating in compliance, in my opinion, for more than half a century. Valley Water informed us that after significant and costly scientific investigative work, which had begun voluntarily by Valley Water and subsequently was required by the issuance of a 13-267 order, showed that there is no immediate threat to any existing beneficial use of local waters in the Racetrack Hill area caused by the Racetrack Hill District facilities. In light of this, we see no justification for the cease and desist order, recommending an unnecessarily accelerated time frame that would result in a devastating impact to small oil producing companies like NAFTEX. Implementation of any alternative recycling or disposal methods under the current permitting environment is not practical within the time frame that is proposed in the CDO. NAFTEX recommends an extension of the August 15th date, August 15th, 2015 date for cessation of irrigation, that this date must be rescheduled to no earlier than December 31st, 2016. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, sir. I have a number of cards here from other interested parties, and I'm going to call two people at once so that folks can get up and be prepared to come up here. I'm going to start out with Les Clark, and then we'll go to James Dudall. You're first.
No, I think he just wants us in place.
No, you're going to be the second one, Mr. Dudall. Yes. If you can have a seat there and wait.
I don't mind sharing it. My name is Les Clark. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Independent Oil Producers Agency. I've taken the oath, and I appreciate being here today. You have my testimony. I emailed it, I think, June 16th. I represent the mom and pops, and a lot of people ask me, what is a mom and pop? A mom and pop produces maybe 1 to 2 barrels a day of oil. And with that also, we produce water, of course. You can't produce oil without producing water. So we have to have the ability to do something with that water. If we don't, then we have to shut the well down. And a mom and pop, that's their sole being. You know, I've been on the school board for years. I think the substitute teachers now make $100 a day. I think that's what the fee is. That's about what my mom and pop operator makes. So that's their sole being, that's their existence. So I'm here to say that I'm opposed to this cease and desist order. And if there's anything I can do to, as far as future work with y'all or Valley Waters, please count on me to do that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No, I'll thank you for, I know it's a distance, so we'll thank you for coming here, and I think a lot of us know the effect that such a low oil per barrel price is effect it's having on small operations like you. So we know it's hard to hang on as is. So we appreciate you taking the time to come.
Thank you. 9.5 hours. Thanks.
James Dowdall, and then we'll have Warren Treacher.
Dear members of the board, I am James K. Dowdle, and I'm a professional geologist in the state of California. I'm currently retired and previously worked at the Central Valley Water Board Fresno office for nearly 25 years. I also have 11 years of previous experience as a geologist in the petroleum industry. I'm here today representing the public. On behalf of the public, I have prepared a detailed cross-section to the Valley Water Management Company Racetrack Hill facility using data from Kennedy Jenks Phase 2 report, including input from Jim Waldron, Ken Schmidt, and other sources. My work has been peer-reviewed. I find that no groundwater wells have been known to have been polluted off-site for nearly 60 years of operation of this facility. That the data from the Kennedy Jenks report indicates that about 50% of the wastewater disposed at the facility is being evapotranspirated. Wastewater from the inline ponds, as expected, has percolated into the subsurface and formed a wastewater mound that is locally mixed with some localized groundwater. The mound is limited in lateral extent as evidenced by wells RTH-3 and RTH-5. The mound is limited in vertical extent by the Kern River Chinook Formation, data from other wells installed on site. Volumetric calculations of the total wastewater that percolated into the subsurface under the facility basically demonstrated that all the wastewater can be contained under the facility. The thickening wedge of Kern River Chinook southwest and down dip of the facility would make it highly improbable that any of the percolated wastewater would be found in this formation southwest of the facility. Investigations thus far indicate that the groundwater quality is improving with depth, since nearly all the groundwater percolated can be contained in the Kern River Chinook. It is highly unlikely that any detectable impact to the underlying Santa Margarita Formation would ever be found southwest of the facility. The impact to the Santa Margarita in well TH-8D is localized impact due to the thin wedge of Kern River Chinook sediments above it. The impact appears to be limited in extent. Summary: based upon the depositional environment of the types of sediments that exist under the facility, the wastewater has essentially perched on top of silt and clay layers and has not migrated any substantial lateral distance offsite or any substantial depth vertically. The sediments are fluvial, continental stream, and small river deposits that tend to be lenticular and discontinuous in nature. Due to the restricted subsurface flow paths, the wastewater fluid migration, the wastewater is mounting and does not appear to be migrating any great distance offsite, as evidenced by the groundwater results from offsite wells 24J,
Can you conclude, please?
26B, and onsite wells RTH-3 and offsite well RTH-5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Treacher? And following Mr. Treacher, I have a card from Kyle. It's either Joris or Jones representing the Sierra Club.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and the board. My name is Warren Treacher, and I own and operate Sun Mountain Oil and Gas, I guess a mom and pop operation. And since day one, we've been remediating these old leases. We started with our old flow lines that were uncoated steel. And then in the early 90s, this board gave us 5 years to get rid of our sumps, because at that time, almost every tank farm had a sump, or even 2 or 3. So we did. We spent 5 years and a lot of money and got rid of those sumps and plumbed into Valley Water. And then we went back to working on our flow lines. Then the DOG expanded their regulation to cover our tanks and our lines. So we finished the lines, turned to the tanks, remediated, retrofitted or replaced our tanks, once again at our own expense, and to come into compliance with the new leak detection orders. So now we have this issue, and my late father always taught me that we should try and make a positive out of a negative. And I think that's what we can do today with your help, because I'm very enthusiastic about treating this water to make it capable of using as irrigation water or even potable water. So with your help, I believe that we can turn 13 oil companies into 13 oil and water companies. And we could provide tens of thousands of gallons a day of good fresh water to a thirsty community. I think that we could all agree that would be a positive development. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Kyle, your last name, please?
Jones.
Jeff.
Jones, sorry, my handwriting.
Jones, I'm sorry.
Not the best.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Kyle Jones on behalf of Sierra Club California, here to support the staff proposal. After reviewing staff materials and actually personally touring the site, I think that there is a high probability that there is contamination occurring in the aquifer. Despite the fact that there hasn't been demonstration in existing wells, that doesn't show that there hasn't been contamination of the aquifers itself. We also want to note that the California Council on Science and Technology, as part of the requirements of SB4, recently issued a report stating that there is a high probability of that these wastewater pits present a pathway of contamination to aquifers, and it recommended immediate action to shut them down. We think the proposal is a reasonable request in light of this, and we urge you to support adopt the staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Wilson Rose, and then following Wilson Rose, Chris Morrison.
Hi, my name is Wilson Rose. I'm here to represent Petro Resources. Kind of a last-minute replacement and not much of a public speaker, so please bear with me. I'm definitely what y'all would call a mom-and-pop operation. Our family founded the company in 1976. My grandfather did. My dad and I both operate. He's my coworker. He's one of my best friends. We do the 1 barrel a day production to 3 barrel a day production. Shutting down something like this is going to have a detrimental effect on our company, a terrible effect. It may even shut us down after 34 some odd years. Not just us, royalty owners. There's a lot of people out there, farmers. We've stated it before, and I think a few people here have already stated it, and it's just more of a reiteration that we're not the only ones who rely on this. There's other people here that are impacted both directly and indirectly, and not just the royalty owners. It then trickles down to the economic and the agriculture of the area. So I strongly request you reconsider the cease and desist order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Morrison, and then Ed Hazard.
Good afternoon, Chairman Longley and the board. I appreciate your time taking time to hear me. I am the owner of Morrison Oil Company and a partner in C&M Oil Company and Investments. We are the second largest water contributor to Valley Water Management Company. I have been involved in a pilot project with a reverse osmosis system at Valley Water site. We've had a lot of positive results in it. I think there's some great potential for that. I've been working with Rio Bravo Golf Course. They would like to take our water. We produce about 1.5 foot a day. They could use up to 100 acre feet a month. We could supply almost half of their needs, working with California Water District, and Jim Nichols was going to supply some water for them too. So we could blend the water. I've taken samples of their pond that they irrigate their greens and fairways with, and it's right now 2 to 1, 2 parts of their fresh water and then 1 part of our RO reverse water. We're looking at an ionization system, Eco First out of Huntington Beach. They take care of a lot of producers' water in the LA Basin, goes into municipal sewer system. They've had great luck with that. I've been talking with the Edison Fire Department. They could use the water from the ponds for fire protection, the Sierra Nevada mountains, Tehachapi, Keene, a lot of Hart Flat, a lot of communities in there, you know. When they're looking to the point of draining our local community lakes, we're hurting for water supply. There's a serious drought. And I think being proactive here, everybody together, we could figure a solution out. And there's a lot of small operators behind me, and there's a lot of them here, basically all of them. It's a big concern. You know, I really feel that Mr. Rogers over there, he needs to back off a little bit. You know, we need to be proactive here. We need to take a look. We need some time. We need a sprinkler. We do need a sprinkler right now. We cannot handle 10 to 12,000 barrels a day through those gun-eyed sumps. We need to sprinkle as we're working through the process of alternative uses, and they're there. We just need some time. We need your time. So, I mean, I'm willing to talk to you guys anytime. You guys can haul your ass to Bakersfield. You know, I'll show you out there in the field, you know. So, it's up to you. That's it.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Ed Hazard, and then Joe Nahama.
I just want to note that we have been to Bakersfield as a board.
We have been to Bakersfield as a board, yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ed Hazard. My family and I are California mineral owners, and I'm president of the California chapter of the National Association of Royalty Owners. We're only about a year and a half old as a state chapter. The organization's over 30 years old. We represent the interests of the estimated 600,000 private citizen mineral owners in California. And we strongly oppose this proposed cease and desist order. There are approximately 800 royalty owners in Kern County that would be directly impacted by this proposed CDO. As you probably know, mineral owners lease to operators. We have to have operators in order to develop and produce our oil and gas. Without them, we are out of business. It is my understanding that none of the affected mineral owners were given any direct notice of this contemplated action, and the rights and concerns of these citizens need to be considered in any decisions you make, and taken into account in any logical debate pertaining to oil and gas issue. I think equity would require that these people be noticed and allowed to assess the situation. The proposed CDO seems to me to be unnecessary and overreaching. You certainly, with the threat of it, have gotten everyone's attention, that's for sure. After almost 60 years of operation, there is no evidence that I've heard that there's been any drinking water wells contaminated, and I don't think that's going to happen if this operation is allowed to continue for a while longer until some sort of viable resolution is reached. The issuance of the CDO could be financially crippling to some of the affected mineral owners. It could severely reduce the production on their properties. Some of them may be shut in, as you heard. Some of these producers may not be able to stay in business. That would be devastating to some of these people. The producers have, some of the producers, not all, but some of the bigger ones may have an option of focusing in other areas, but the mineral owners don't. Their minerals need to be produced where they are. And if the only solution to getting rid of the produced water is this one, they're out of luck. And I think for the benefit of all citizens within the community, you need to, not just the mineral owners, you need to take into consideration what impact this would have financially, economically, so on and so forth on the entire community. So I don't think there should be a rush to judgment on this. Please give a little more time. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Questions? Thank you very much, sir. Keith Pickett, and then Rock Zeekman.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Joe Nahama. I am a geologist and president of PetroRock LLC, and also represent Vaquero Energy. And I'm here today because we are another one of the small producers that give our oil field waters to Valley Water Management. And I want to start off by saying that everyone in this room, everyone has a shared goal. and that goal is to protect the regional waters. And the oil companies and Valley Water Management, we are on the front lines of protecting the regional waters. And Valley Water Management has done an exceptional job for almost 60 years as being an excellent operator. And as you've heard today, evidence that they have scientific, fact-based evidence that there is no imminent threat to the regional waters. But I want you to know we've heard you. We have heard you. We are looking for alternatives, and that is injecting our water, going to Dogger, and looking for UIC permits. However, those permits take years to get. I have applied for a permit in 2012, 2013, and for this specific project, 2014. I have yet to hear any review from Dogger or your staff. I think that this CDO pretends an imminent threat, and that imminent threat is economic injury to the people that give water to Valley Water Management at Racetrack Hill. I have employees, I have bank debt. This will have economic injury. What we ask for is more time. And so in conclusion, I would like to say, give us time to get all our alternatives together. We have scientific fact-based evidence that there is no imminent threat, and we will pursue those alternatives without economic injury. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Pickett.
My name's Keith Pickett, small producer in Edison, consulting engineer. This is not my first time in front of you guys. I was here in '92. Actually, we did it in Kern County. We made promises. We said we'd get it done. We got it done. I put in injection wells, went to Valley Waste, did everything. But this time we have a problem. It's a huge problem. I submitted my first injection report. Actually, I did it as a consulting engineer for another producer in this room. Took 9 months to get an answer back because it was on the gray stippled area. It wasn't out of the field. It wasn't completely in. It was on the little gray stippled area. 9 months later, they finally said, oh, it's out of the field. You have to get an exemption. 9 months. Right now I have two UIC reports in. I got 3 more that's going to go in. I have no problem going to the injection, but I'll say it. We're not doing anything wrong. Nobody's proved we're doing anything wrong, but we don't mind injecting, but we need help. We need these UIC reports to move through. And actually, the water board opened this up for me. The water board has not filled the positions, and they are approving the permits. I mean, that is exactly what was said. They're starting to approve the permits, and they haven't filled the positions. How are we going to get our permits through? We need permits for our injection wells. The other part is economics. Over the next 2 years, I got to spend about a little over $500,000. I produce 40 barrels a day of oil. That's it. And I got to spend $500,000 over the next 2 years. I got to deepen 2 wells and drill another well as a small producer, which I'll do it. I'll take on more bank debt, and I'll do it because I have to do it to stay in business. This is my livelihood. So, but we need some time. That's all we're asking for is some time. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Zeekman. Thank you. And I have a last card. And Molly, unfortunately, I cannot pronounce your last name. I can't having problems with how you wrote it here. Severus or?
Gutierrez.
Oh, Gutierrez. That's a G. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Molly Gutierrez, and I represent Sequoia Exploration, and I'm here today to address the CDO issued in April of this year to Valley Water Management by the Regional Water Board. We are a small family-owned independent oil producer in the Edison Field in Bakersfield. Like many other operators in the Edison Field, we rely solely on Valley Water Management for the disposal of our produced water. If the current CDO remains in place, Sequoia will go bankrupt and be forced to close our doors. We have no injection wells, and the Dogger has told us that it will take up to 2 years to permit an injection well. In 1990, the Regional Water Board gave oil producers in the Edison area 5 years to transition from our percolation ponds to other disposal methods, one of which was to join Valley Water Management. We are here today simply to ask the board to act as it has in the past and amend the CDO date of August 15th to cease irrigation and allow for more time to put alternative water disposal procedures in place. We are exploring several alternative water disposal options such as blending, injection, and desalinization. However, all of these options require permits not only from the Regional Water Board, but from the Dogger as well. And as I stated before, and several others have stated, the Dogger has a 2-year or longer backlog on permitting injection wells. If the current CDO is not changed to give us sufficient time to allow us to implement an alternative water disposal method, most of us will go out of business, causing devastating effects to the economy in Bakersfield as well as Kern County. Most will lose their jobs, including all of our employees. The many other small operators who are members of Valley Water Management will also likely be forced out of business, as well as the small businesses that rely on us for contract work, and not to mention the loss of tax revenue to Kern County. We all live and work in this community, and it is of utmost importance to us to keep our community a productive and thriving place. So today, I urge you to look at the science, the facts, and potential detrimental effects to our community if the current CDO remains in place, and to make the necessary changes to allow us more time to put alternative water disposal methods in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you a lot. Andrew Grinsberg.
Thank you, Board Chair Longley and Board. Andrew Grinberg, I'm with Clean Water Action, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I've been here and have spoken on this issue in the past, so you're well aware of our organizational position that this type of disposal practice is inappropriate and should be prohibited immediately. That being said, we do support the board adopting this cease and desist order. We do believe it does not go far enough. It should include the immediate shutdown of both of these facilities, as there has been detected problems and impacts on groundwaters which could have beneficial use. The job of this board is to protect the waters of the state, not to protect the business interests of a few companies. So we believe that this action should be taken. Shutting down the spray field is definitely warranted. It's an unpermitted activity. I happened to drive along Breckenridge Road just last week, and running off of the spray field, it happened to be the day after a rainstorm, certainly not the 100-year rain, but there was running water flowing alongside Breckenridge Road, and that was just visibly observable on one random day that I happened to drive by. So, the idea that all of the water is contained based on the calculations we heard earlier didn't really pass the quick sight test. Overall, the goal is of our water quality laws is to protect our water quality. It's not to protect individual water wells. So when you observe an impact of on the aquifer, that's when the law should kick in. And so therefore this is warranted. And you don't have to wait for the plume of wastewater to reach a water user and for their water supply to be lost. If we're going to be planning ahead long term for our future, where we're going to be seeing extreme droughts like we're experiencing right now, we're going to be more and more reliant on groundwater. Waiting until our existing water wells are destroyed is certainly not, the prudent thing to do. I'd like to just echo a comment earlier by first from one of the oil producers, I believe it was by Mr. Clark, that yes, if you don't have anywhere to put the wastewater, then you can't produce it. The job of this board is to make sure that the place where that wastewater goes does not impact water quality. And I believe the prosecution team did a great job outlining the fact that even by Valley's own admission, we're seeing impacts and by their, on that water, and their own reporting showed as much. I would like to conclude just by echoing the recommendations of the California Council on Science and Technology, which recommended the phase out of this type of disposal method, period. It is in the interest of the state to stop dumping high salts, toxic chemicals, other hazardous constituents on the ground and letting it spread out throughout the Central Valley. Thank you for the opportunity.
Any questions? Yes,
Quick question. Go ahead, Bob, go first.
Go ahead, John.
I was,
then we'll-
quick question about your organization's position on the injection wells.
We're actively working on UIC reform. Our organization helped pass the Safe Drinking Water Act in 1974, so we have a lot at stake in upholding the goals of CIDWA and therefore its programs like UIC. We have not called ever for a ban on injection. We believe that if injection is to occur, it needs to be into an exempt aquifer or someplace that's appropriate for it. Obviously, the state has had problems enforcing that, and we're very encouraged by the increased role of the State Water Board and hopefully more and more with the regional board on ensuring that injection happens in the right place. There's clearly been problems with running that program, and Dogger is working to fix that, and we would like to see that move forward. And so we've never called for a halt to all injection. We want to make sure it stays out of our drinking water sources.
Bob?
Yeah, I've always said our goal is to get compliance. And, I have a lot of respect for our staff's expertise on this. And what you said is really true. We're not looking where the plume is now. We're looking at where it's going to go. But what I am wondering if there's any room here for some forbearance or not. And it's a difficult one because my job here is purely water quality, you're right. But these are people's lives, and somehow I'm wondering if there is room for some balance or not. But that's where I am right now. I just want to, you provided me that opportunity to talk about that. And I don't know, I know, because I've worked a lot in the environmental side, that there are hard stands that have to be made. But on a human level, I'm wondering if there's any room at all for thinking about the people involved, because they are people, and they're not just companies. So, thanks.
Was that a question, or did you want me to respond?
I'm not going to ask you to respond to that. If
But
you
I
choose to,
appreciate
that's
that
fine.
comment.
But
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one other person, yes. If you could introduce yourself, I don't have a card, so if you could introduce yourself, give your affiliation.
I can fill out another card. I'm Teresa Mitchell of Bud's Oil Company, and I trust you've read my letter that's in your packet, and I just ask that you work with Valley Water and let them stay open, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this issue as an interested party? Seeing none, we'll then take closing statement by Valley Water.
My name is Melissa Thorm, and you thought you were going to get by without hearing from the lawyers today, but unfortunately that is not the case. I think I have about 7 minutes. I will talk very fast. There's a lot of information. We provided you with a huge, big binder of information. We tried to get through all of our experts as quickly as possible, but these are very complicated issues. To get to Mr. Schneider's last comment, I think you do have flexibility. The Water Board's job is to reasonably protect water quality, not absolutely protect, not every minute, every time to the utmost. You have to reasonably protect that. And the water code itself gives you the balancing to look at all the different kinds of uses, and that includes looking at economics. So I think you absolutely have that ability. We don't agree with the prosecution team's interpretation of the permits. They are interpreting the Racetrack Hill permit to mean that you cannot irrigate. And that's absolutely not the case. And in fact, if you look at finding 15 of the cease and desist order itself, it's not the case. Or if you look at Exhibit 1, which is the permit, it's not the case. This was raised by the regional board in Exhibit 33 in 1998. They had come out and said, we don't think you can use the irrigation. And in Exhibit 34, they retracted that because they went back and read the permit, and it says, and I can read it to you, although that will take time, but it says wastewater discharged or overflowing onto the surface of the ground or into natural drainage channels or into unlined pumps sumps, sorry, other than those constructed in section 24, and gives you all the details of where it is, shall conform to the following criteria. So if it's not in section 24, it has to conform to those criteria. The whole facility is within section 24. And I have a slide if you want me to pull it up. The other issues are the alleged stormwater runoff, and I want to remind you who has the burden of proof in this case, and that is the prosecution team. They need to prove that there actually was runoff from this site that got to receiving waters, and there's no evidence of that in their case in chief. Their case in chief was, you know, a brief of 5 pages and 30 exhibits, and there's no evidence in there of that. Their testimony today was rebuttal testimony. It was rebuttal to our experts who put out basically proving the negative that we didn't discharge. And so all that testimony from Mr. Harvey today was in rebuttal. So as far as all that goes, there's limited soil and groundwater impacts. And we don't think that there's a justification for stopping the sprinkler irrigation. There is no express prohibition on the use of sprinklers, and after 54 years of activity, then we suddenly were starting to get these violation notices. Whoops. The same thing happened with the Fee 34 facility, and Mr. Rogers said that there was no groundwater work done at this site. That's not accurate. In fact, they put that into the record themselves, Exhibit 25, which was our 1996 study, which was done under the 92 permit that says if you don't want these numbers to apply to your discharge, you need to demonstrate to us that it's not going to impact water quality. That report was submitted in 1996 and sat in a file forever, even though they asked for a hearing to be able to demonstrate that to the regional board. So as you heard today from Dr. Childs, our review of that and to do it over again 15 or 20, I can't think, almost 20 years later, shows the same thing, that it's not impacting the groundwater. There they did the 3 slant borings, showed that it wasn't impacting. Now we've done 2 more tests to the deep groundwater and the shallow groundwater and the soils, and there's not an impact. So we don't think that we need to keep looking at that site, although that's part of the cease and desist order. So one of the big issues is they're trying to claim that there's pollution. Well, that is a legal term of art. Yes, we use that word all the time in parlance, but it doesn't mean that there's no impact. It means that you're unreasonably impacting beneficial uses. It does not mean that you're above water quality objectives. And the state board has put out precedential orders on this matter, and the state board has considered the issue of the distance of a contaminated site or impacted site from drinking water wells to determine that localized volume of petroleum contamination, in the case of the first one, which is attachment J in your documents that we provided, would not unreasonably affect existing or probable beneficial uses. And they found that there was no reason for further regulatory action because in that case it was petroleum hydrocarbons and xylene, which is much different and worse than salt, that is the case here. That even though it exceeded the water quality objectives locally, that it could remain in the groundwater, and in that case it would be for a couple of decades to hundreds of years. So the state board understands that you can have this kind of localized impact, but it's not going anywhere. And then also I cite to you this other case of the Crestline Sanitation District, and in that case it's about when you should be issuing cease and desist orders. And that is for requiring compliance right away, which we interpret the August 15th, 2 weeks from now, is right away. And that should be to address emergency situations where something is happening right away that you've got to fix. And we don't have any evidence of that.
By the way, I think that word forthwith has some interpretation to it, but go ahead.
Okay, no, I'm not letting, this is not letting me go. There we go. All right, so we already heard from a lot of people about the number one issue is the August 15th deadline. Without the ability to irrigate, we don't have capacity, no place to put all the produced water. The environmental community may want to shut down the oil industry, and that may be their goal, but it also destroys jobs and families. So until we have a real alternative for petroleum, we need to keep using it. And right now we have no evidence of adverse impact. The other issues, I think Dr. Longley, you raised this, that items number 2 and 3 in the CDO have already been done. Numbers 5 through 7 we think are unnecessary because we've already characterized that facility, and I've given you citations to show where that information is in our most recent one, and then in Exhibit 25. And then for item number 9, we don't think that deadline is long enough to implement the 4 alternatives that we have. And then we had some issues with sampling that I don't have time to talk about. I just have a couple more slides, so I just was hoping we could get a couple
Well,
more
I'll
seconds.
talk about sampling, which is not your time. I do think that at least initially, that sampling schedule is adequate, demonstrates, you contend you think it's not an issue, and if that's demonstrated, then obviously that sampling schedule can be open for discussion.
Okay. I just also wanted to talk about that you do have alternatives to what's being proposed today, as the chair misstated in the beginning, that you can reject, accept, or modify, and we would ask that you allow Valley Water to continue their voluntary approach, as several witnesses said today. We were doing the voluntary investigation before the 13267 order was issued. We had already started it, and then the order came in afterwards. You could issue a new 13267 letter with the investigation for Racetrack Hill, because we are committed to fully investigate and characterize that site. And then we need the time to investigate these alternatives. This is a good opportunity. This is a new source of water in a time of drought. But we need time. We have to go through CEQA. We have to do all these hurdles to get to another alternative, and we need time to do that. And that's really what we're asking for. So we're asking to defer the adoption of the CDO to allow continued voluntary investigation and allow us to work with board staff on work plans and results and monitoring requirements. But if you do feel like you need to issue a CDO for some reason, then we really ask that you remove the August 15th deadline and remove the completed items and modify some of the other timelines. As you heard, this is a big issue for a lot of people. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We need now the closing statement by the prosecution team. Yes.
Hi, this is Clay Rogers again, Assistant Executive Officer for the Fresno office. We believe the cease and desist order is appropriate. Groundwater at Racetrack Hill is polluted. Anybody who wants to use that water around the facility is likely to be impaired. They argue, they've made statements that says, well, it's a very limited extent. Part of the reason, and I truly believe when you're probably putting 45% of 10,000 barrels of really poor quality in groundwater, if you're putting 4,500 barrels of really poor quality water into groundwater, that plume's going to go a ways. The argument is that it's probably hasn't gone more than a mile. Miles a long ways. We have a large residential development within a mile. We have development that's going to occur to the east of Bakersfield into the future. If we become dependent more upon groundwater, we'll be in a situation where extremely costly treatment has to be done in order to use this water in the Kern River Chinook that's been intercepted, that's occurred. It's true, it's been going on for a long time. And I'll be the first to tell you that I'm not a happy camper that it went on as long as it did, because to be honest with you, staff should have looked at this facility more closely a long time ago. And that's the responsibility of staff. But we decided we would take a close look at it when we started to understand. And what we found is a significant problem at the Racetrack Hill facility. I mean, it will take a lot of dilution to go on. Ms. Thorm argued that, it should be treated like the underground storage tank cleanup, that says we can leave some petroleum hydrocarbons in place. That argument is based upon the fact that petroleum hydrocarbons naturally degrade in the environment. Chlorides, salts, boron, they don't. They are ultimately the greatest threat to the beneficial uses of our groundwater, and the slow increase of that and the added addition of these additional salts into our water supply will lead to the long-term loss of groundwater. We are in a closed basin where the salts cannot escape, and we really need to get discharges in line. That's the whole purpose of the CV salts, because we recognize that salts are such a critical problem. Petroleum hydrocarbons, it's been shown, the Lawrence Livermore work that was done back in the early 90s, that, some of these things like xylenes, ethylbenzene, they naturally degrade in the environment. They don't stay there, so you don't have to worry about what's there in the long term. We believe additional characterization at the Fee 34 site is appropriate. And at least to look at this in a little bit more detail. Perhaps we'll be convinced when we have more time to look at some of this that additional characterization isn't there. Certainly it's a work plan and it'll be a phased in approach to look at this. But the bottom line is one boring off to the side of the ponds, some old borings that are underneath a gunite lined pond. And one of the questions I have is I don't know if it was gunite lined in 1996, but their angled ponds were underneath the wastewater ponds that at least are currently gunite lined. And so, we'll have to look at some of that and see where we go. But again, it's in the middle of agricultural areas with extremely poor quality wastewater that has the potential to significantly affect the beneficial uses. We believe that there is a potential for off-site discharges at the Racetrack Hill. We believe that the waste discharge requirements do not allow the discharge of this extremely poor quality water in the spray fields outside of the constructed ponds. And therefore, we felt that we needed to take aggressive action to stop this particular activity because it is leading to significant contribution to the groundwater problems. It's in violation of the discharge. And to be honest with you, I can't not envision a manner in which we could permit that discharge to continue in the future. Certainly, we understand as staff and the prosecution team that there is a potential impact in this. And certainly, that's part of the reason why we put this in a cease and desist order, so that it would come to the board, because we knew it would be a controversial issue, and you needed to hear all the facts to do what you felt you needed to do. Certainly, we think the spray field should cease, and it should cease as soon as it can. Certainly if we go into an El Nino and we get a rainy season, we have a lot of salts accumulated out there. If we get some large rain events that we all hope we get, we're a little bit concerned that there isn't going to be there. They talk about these engineered structures. Well, we have a pump, and when we get runoff, we pump it up the hill. But as far as we know, it is not an automated system, and nobody's on that site full time. If that intense rainstorm happens at 1 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to know it until the next day or later whenever somebody decides to go out to the site. There's no office building out there. Breckenridge Road that it's on is extremely remote. I've stood out there on the side of the road a couple times and not a single car has ever come by. So there could be a significant issue. We have pipelines running along the surface that, if they become damaged or somehow, get a break, we're going to have extremely high-strength waste that has the ability to go off-site. And so for that reason, we do believe the spray fields, are a problem from a surface water standpoint that needs immediate action, and they are contributing to the groundwater problem.
Are you ready to conclude? You're out of time.
Can I have 5 minutes more since
No,
you gave the prosecutor?
You can have 30 seconds. You can have
5 minutes additional?
No, you can have about 30 seconds more.
Okay. Well, at that then, Dr. Longley, I'll just go ahead with only one comment, and that is that given all the testimony here today, we still feel that the cease and desist order is appropriate and would recommend that the board adopt it as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, you can ask a question.
So Claire, notwithstanding that this has gone on for a long time in your view of the permit itself, there was a lot of discussion about things that were required of them over the years and that they completed them. General question, is that, in your view, is that a true statement? Have they done what has been asked of them?
I will tell you that my belief is that probably awfully close to the best of their abilities, they have moved forward and done that. They haven't necessarily met all the timelines, although right now getting a drill rig that can drill to some of the depths we're talking about is a little bit challenging because there's a lot of demand. So from that standpoint, even though the fact that they didn't meet all of the deadlines in the 13267 order, we have not talked about any type of enforcement action or anything like that because I believe to the best of their ability, they've pretty much moved through. We still feel that, you know, we don't want to let things lapse. The potential issues at this site, because we really don't know what's going on, we do not know what the extent of the problem is, that it needs to be addressed aggressively so that we can, you know, if there is a significant problem, we can start to identify what the steps are before they get even worse than they are today.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point then, we're finished with testimony and closing statements. The hearing's closed and discussion will be limited to board members and members of the advisory team. I have a statement to make. I believe that the evidence shows that there is a major problem at the racetrack hill facility. I also believe that the task, yes. Oh, we're going to hear from Pamela. I also believe that there is that those tasks at the Fee 34 facility need to be completed. I must emphasize that there are good examples. Well, let me finish. I also believe our technology solutions of these problems, and these solutions cost considerable amounts of money, even if the sites are shut down immediately. I must emphasize that there are good examples showing that inverse impact from closing facilities or facilities down and drying up the revenue stream that is very, very much needed to correct a problem. In a conference call regarding the agenda for the meeting today and tomorrow with the advisory team, and that's Pamela Creedon and Patrick Palupa and Denise Cadera and myself, we discussed the CDO in some depth and the concern regarding the timelines. And with that, I would like if Pamela Creedon and Patrick Palupa could discuss where we are on that discussion.
Well, first, Dr. Longley and members of the board, in listening to all of this, I just would like to put some context around our comments. But I first, from the advisory team, after reviewing all the documents and hearing the evidence today, I can say that a lot hasn't been swayed from the evidence that was presented today from just looking at all the entire record that was available. But this site does have a long history. For the racetrack, it was the initial resolution in 1958. At that time, there was no mention of spray fields. That didn't occur until afterwards in 1960, when the company at the time that operated those tracks needed to find an alternative because of concerns with pollution to a downstream or down gradient users of the water, mostly irrigation or ag farms. And that's when they proposed the use of these spray fields in 1960. So at the time the board had the resolution in 58, there was no mention of spray fields. And I don't see anywhere in the record where Valley Waste ever came back to the board to get any kind of permission. So it's questionable as to what the board was thinking or what was in the record at the time of 1958. But the spray fields came afterwards in response to complaints from down gradient users of the water. And then And then they went on with their business, and then in the record, starting in 92 to 94, there were letters written to Valley Waste saying they needed to update their waste discharge requirements to bring them more into compliance with their with the basin plan. That it clearly did not comply with the basin plan. And then it all stopped again after 94. From 94 to 12, it was just simply inspection reports, very minimal mention of the spray fields, and just that they were in compliance with their order. That's all it says. They were very simple inspections, not very detailed at all. It wasn't until 2012 then that this was looked at again. It was brought, at that point, Clay has then looked into this in more depth. And I think given what limited data we have, but enough data, I agree that in the racetrack area, pollution has occurred in that groundwater. It clearly has impacted uses. Those uses were never de-designated, and clearly the quantity and the concentration of those wastes clearly constitute a violation of the basin plan, and a pollution has occurred. The spray field, there needs to be more evidence on both sides. There needs to be a more true, robust type of technical engineered evaluation of the site, evaluation of the system they have in place, and the ability for it to respond when a storm event occurs. Because I couldn't agree more with the prosecution team that on that type of a hill site, it's not so much groundwater from the spray fields, it's the runoff from the spray fields. Because that salt just will sit and accumulate in the soils and on the plants that they have, and when it rains, it will just flush out the system. We have something similar to this with the board that they addressed before at Musco Olive in Tracy. So and that has a very engineered system to make sure there's no runoff. And we need a similar analysis and evaluation at that site for them to continue to use it at all. And they have to upgrade the system. So one of the things that we are looking at for the board is putting them under amending this order to put them under a tight frame to evaluate that system and to upgrade it within a short term, like 9 months, to engineer the system. The other thing that's glaringly missing from this is a water balance, an appropriate and adequate water balance of the site. The prosecution did not really adequately show that they could, in fact, shut off those spray fields and still handle the water they bring in. But also, the discharger has not presented a case that they couldn't handle it. There isn't a proper balance presented to the board for them to make that determination. So part of what we're proposing as an amendment would be to include it, in short order, an adequate water balance of the site so we can make some better determinations around that. The other item of concern is the Fee 34 facility. And we agree that in terms of that field, that area, there may not be concerns, but we still think that what the discharges has presented was based on such limited data that we think they need to complete the investigations at least through phase 3, and based on phase 3, then the determination of what moves forward can take place. So now the sumps and the at the racetrack, clearly the one major concern is this water balance and the ability to determine. So obviously, as the advisory team, we think that there is a need to extend the timelines on some of these. So that's one of the proposals that we would be proposing to you, some amendments to this to allow them more time to do the water balance, to do the engineering analysis. And if they find that they can't, they will need more time in order to shut down the facility or get it properly engineered and to meet our requirements. So what we have is not a hard deadline for August, proposing not a hard deadline for the August 15th deadline to cease discharges to the spray field, but a hard deadline of, I guess you have the timelines over there, Patrick, you want to do that? I'll let Patrick speak to the timelines.
Yeah, I can get into the timelines if the board believes that it is appropriate to grant an extension. As indicated, we've got a couple factors here. An August 15th deadline, I fully believe the discharger that it will cut off their operation entirely. The way that the discharges have developed at that facility are such that the spray fields are an integral and essential part of the wastewater that they manage and the stormwater that they manage when it does rain. That said, I do agree with Clay in that it's nearly impossible, if not totally impossible, to legally permit these facilities as is. The wastewater strength is simply too high, and there is no means of disposal that will comply with the requirements of the basin plan. Beneficial users may not have been impacted by the discharges from these sites, but beneficial uses of the underlying groundwater have been, at least according to the requirements of the Tulare Lake Basin Plan. And that's a situation that needs to be rectified. If you wish, we've come up with a alternate compliance timeline that would still require the further investigation of both sites, a water balance, which we believe is an essential feature of both the report of waste discharge and of gauging compliance at that facility. It will require the discharger to be more aggressive in protecting surface water at the spray fields, given that there's a high probability that salts have built up in the upper portions of that soil, and that if there is a discharge from those sites, we have conflicting evidence as to whether there has been or has not been discharges from that site. Either way, they will have to more aggressively manage that runoff. And finally, they will need some sort of permit for this facility, whether it's in conjunction with reverse osmosis to facilitate the beneficial use of that produced water, whether it's through an injection permit in conjunction with a reverse osmosis, or whether it's some form of decommissioning of portions of that facility, or finally an option that we haven't contemplated yet, but an amendment to the basin plan still as yet undetermined that would allow these activities to occur. And we have options if you feel so inclined.
Patrick, now might be the time to pass out that language. You have copies, I presume.
I do have a few copies of.
And we can you can pass those out. We can take a break here for about 10, 15 minutes to give folks time to look that over.
Carl, I wanted
Sure.
to say a couple of things. One, when I mentioned that there weren't just corporations here, there were people, I wasn't saying that corporation is people. I don't believe that.
Understand.
I'll tell you, and I completely agree with staff and your comments, Pamela, on what was said here. The issue for me a little bit is the process, and this is why I'm interested in the extension, is the permitting process with Dogger right now is pretty it's just bogged down. And I think that's a somewhat relative issue and how we get to compliance on this thing. So I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to looking at this.
Thank you, and we do have to give the court reporter an opportunity here to catch up with us. So we will recess, look at these. Please be back in your seats at 10:25, or excuse me, 10:25. Yeah, 5:25. Would you please take your seats, please? I'm going to give them 5 minutes each. First of all, the discharge and then the prosecution. And I'll still have a copy. And then you're next, yeah. So we're back in session, and you have the document that's been handed out. I'm going to give 5 minutes each. I'm going to reopen the hearing. I'm going to give 5 minutes each to the discharger and to the prosecution team to make comments on the proposed amendment to the cease and desist order. So I'll start with Valley Water.
Sorry, I didn't think we were going to have any additional time since I thought the hearing was closed. So.
Well, I reopened.
Okay. So we've had a couple seconds to look at this and take a look at it. It looks like, and I thank you for that, it looks like the August 15th deadline to stop spray irrigation has been removed in exchange for doing some water quality protection reports and some engineering of the site to make sure that there's no stormwater runoff, which we thank you for that. And it looks like the final deadline to stop discharging out there is January 1st, 2018, if I'm understanding this correctly. So we also appreciate that. There are costs involved with all these reports and more monitoring. I don't think we said before that so far to characterize these sites, we spent $600,000. So it's going to be a lot more money, but we do appreciate that you heard us today and that has been movement on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before she leaves, sorry, Ms.
Go.
Thorpe. So is it, as you represent your clients, does this seem like a workable solution where you might not be opposing the cease and desist order?
Well, we haven't had time to really digest it. We've just looked at it, and that was so we have to go and talk about that. I can't tell you that today.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The 10 or 15 minutes you had, I agree, is not time to really fully digest the contents. Nor is it time for the prosecution team to fully digest the contents.
Chair Longley, members of the board, Clay Rogers, Assistant Executive Officer again. Yeah, we've just glanced at it very truly, and certainly we have no objections to the proposed time frame. We did make a request, and I'll go ahead and put it here for one additional late revision, and that was to remove 5 words from finding 15 of the cease and desist order that were in there improperly, and that information was given to Mr. Palupa that I'll let him speak the specifics since I don't have the paper in front of me, but outside of that, we have no comment on the proposed time schedule changes.
Any questions, members of the board? Thank you very much. Or Clay, don't go away.
It was the 5 words in finding 15 were with no waste constituent limitations, and that was an error pointed out, I believe, by the dischargers, so we're in agreement.
What page is this on?
It's on page 3 of the draft cease and desist order.
Okay. Item number
15.
Okay. Got it? Yep, got it. In fact, I had a question mark. I don't know why I didn't bring it up.
He asked if I had a question about that, and I think it's not consistent with what the wording of the permit is, but it's up to you to make that change.
I understand that you pointed out the change, is that correct? Those 5 words, is that correct? Okay. Melissa indicated no, but at least we have the recommendation to remove it. Okay. Any further discussion with the prosecution team or the discharger? With that, then, I once again close the hearing, and Denise would like to make a statement.
Yes, just in regards to this overall discussion, it's been a good discussion, I'd say, but the pressure, I believe, now is on Valley Water to be able to meet those timelines that have been set forth, that are, we've discussed and we haven't approved it yet. But also, you have small businesses out there that felt that the impact from a decision that hadn't been made yet. So the manager that's been there since 1980, it's on you to make sure things happen, because our ultimate goal here is water quality. And we have our advisory team that's already said there's been problems with the groundwater, so due diligence to make sure that we don't have to see this again. All of our goals, and one of the small businesses said it, is to be concerned about water quality. And that's what we're here for. And that's why the cease and desist order came forth, for us to have this discussion and to look at ways to improve the water quality. And that's what we're expecting, and hopefully from whatever decision we reach, that's what we'll be expecting from your body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments? And I'm looking for a motion.
Well, I have a few comments. But I wrote down these comments before I saw the revision, but I don't think that it changes much. First, I am convinced that Valley Water is trying to be a good corporate citizen. Valley Water seems committed to addressing the issues that were brought forth. I am convinced that there are potential impacts to groundwater from these operations of Valley Water, including their sprinkler operations. I'm also convinced that additional work to characterize discharge and impacts or potential impacts at both the Fee 34 and racetrack facilities is necessary and warranted. However, I'm not convinced that the CDO, as proposed, at least in the original version, is as urgent as it was. I don't know. I don't like having to consider these shifting timelines on the fly. I feel like if staff, or at least the executive, who is this? The advisory team? The advisory team had these deadlines. I think that it's kind of clear to me that the dates proposed maybe were not as reasonable, even though I know Clay thinks that they are reasonable. I don't agree. So I'd like, as I sat here before this, revised version, I was prepared to vote no on the cease and desist order, just because it feels like it's too scrambled. I think that Valley Water would do the work to get it done if we ask them to. They've never been opposed. They have a history of doing it when they ask. So I think that unless they prove that they're not going to, not prove, but unless we see a propensity to not comply, a CDO might be warranted. Right now, it seems like they're interested. They need more time. Now we've got a proposal that has more time, but I don't know if that's enough. So right now, I'm not really certain how I'd vote. I'm still leaning towards no.
Patrick or Pamela, could you address the timelines?
Well, frankly, the timelines came up very recently. As we came closer and closer to the hearing, kept delving through all of the material provided by both the discharge and the prosecution team. It became clear that the board had a policy choice that it had to make here today. And the policy choice was whether the board wanted to be so aggressive that it would shut down the operations at Valley Water Management Company nearly immediately by imposing the August 15th deadline that the prosecution team set forth in the draft CDO. If the board chose to still retain, still issue a cease and desist order, but not shut down Valley Water, we developed these deadlines in conformity with the intent and the scope of the initial cease and desist order, but taking into account some of the timelines proposed by Valley Water. Valley Water, over time, over the back and forth that has happened over a relatively brief period of time, about the last 8 months or so, Valley Water has provided the prosecution team, and it's in our evidence, a red line strikeout version. They've provided other drafts of proposals, the 4 proposals that were mentioned during the course of their presentation. So we tried to encapsulate what was in the cease and desist order, but with the timelines that Valley Water has provided. And we also responded to the issue, and that was some of the last minute edits here, about how the surface water was an issue for the board, and wanted to make sure that that was as robust as was proposed in the initial cease and desist order. So trying to weigh all those, that's how we came up with these deadlines. If we were crafting these out of the blue, I'm not an idea guy, I try and implement ideas. If we were trying to craft these out of the blue, it would require renoticing this, really recalibrating the entire process. But I think what you heard over and over again today was, even from the regulated entities, that we are going to do something. We are in the process of doing something. It's not we're not going to do anything out here. We don't think the status quo is, and I hate to use this word too much, but I hate to, sustainable. And so we are going to be more aggressive in how we manage our wastes. The question for the board, we could not issue a cease and desist order at all and rely on voluntary compliance. Or we could issue this cease and desist order, which encapsulates essentially the dischargers' deadlines that they initially proposed, maybe on the aggressive end of the dischargers' deadlines. Or we could issue the cease and desist order as proposed and shut down operations out there, which could be a mess, but that's a policy decision that you could still exercise.
So Dr. Longley, if I can just remind the board, because of the conditions at the site, especially the racetrack and the clear that pollution has occurred, although the board has an option not to, I really think that the appropriate response, or my recommended response to the board, is to issue the cease and desist order. We do have a work plan in place. Our oil fields activity has come under really a lot of scrutiny lately. I think it's important that we put them on a timeline. If we find that they're making very good faith effort and moving forward and doing what they said they can, but they need more time, we can certainly bring it back to the board and we've done that before with other discharges, to have the timeline reconsidered. But I think it's really important that this board, especially since we're on record of saying where we find cases of pollution, we will stop it, then there's only really one real appropriate response for the board, and that's to issue an enforcement order that puts them under a timeline to meet the commitments they've offered.
Along those lines, I want to say first that our staff and Mr. Rogers in our Fresno office did exactly what I would expect as a board member to do. They did the work. They put in place what's absolutely needed in terms of getting to water quality, and I thank you for that. And our job is a bit of the policy work, and I appreciate the work you did in recognizing that and helping us do our job effectively. So I'll actually make a motion to adopt this cease and desist order as modified. With all the late revisions.
The 5 words.
Correct.
Okay.
And let me clarify that what we would be doing, what the late revisions as proposed by the advisory team, would be to remove the 5 words described in finding 15.
Right.
I would also suggest that we remove the clause, this order requires the discharges cease all discharge of wastewater other than to establish impoundments within 2 weeks of adoption. That is currently in finding 34, because that would not be reflective of what the proposal is. And then to clarify, the excerpt that we would be inserting into this order would commence after finding 42, right at the it is hereby ordered section, and would extend all the way until the other requirements section. The other requirement section is the electronic reporting and the
Right.
have to use licensed engineers, things like that. And so all that language would still remain in.
So it is hereby ordered on page 9. It says by August 2015. That's dropped. Is this correct? Through I'm an engineer, I'm a little slow, so you're going to have to,
So we'll be replacing provisions 1 through
Okay.
10 of
through
the.
10. 1 through 10 is out, and this comes in. Good.
But the numbering will have to be revised because now
Right.
we're replacing it with provisions 1 through 8. So
Right.
the
Exactly.
additional ones will have to be revised.
Good. So, does the board understand the late changes?
And it would come with typographical corrections consistent with the intent of the board order.
Thank you. Yes, do I have it? Do I have a second?
That's all what I meant in the motion.
Denise has seconded. She mouthed that to me earlier, but I want it on the record. Carmen?
I think that if this amended schedule was worked on or worked in based on some of the responses we got from the discharge, or even if it's not exactly, that certainly makes it more tenable. Secondly, as long as, and it seems like it's been expressed, that as long as the discharger's making a good faith effort to comply, and if it gets bogged down by procedural things or other things beyond their control, that we would be we could acknowledge the fact that they are trying to comply and have a history of compliance, then I'm inclined to support the CDO as amended with the last minute revisions.
John?
And along those same lines, the way I read this, by January 1, 2018, there's no discharge to an impoundment or surface. That is, and from what I heard, that probably can't meet the requirements of a waste discharge requirement. So therefore, by default, we're assuming that a underground injection control well will be approved and available to them and approved, built, reviewed by the time this can all happen, and with the caveat that sort of some of this is out of their control, I would also support.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that provision does state that the waste discharge requirements can include a time schedule. So if they're making the due diligence that Carmen mentioned, that could be incorporated into the waste discharge requirements so they wouldn't be out of compliance and have that complete prohibition take effect. That would also provide an avenue for compliance with any modification to the water quality control plan, such that if CV Salts authorizes something different than what's contemplated in our current regulations.
Thank you. Any further discussion by board members? Then I'll call the roll.
Mr. Schneider? Ms. Ramirez? Mr. Costantino? Ms. Kadara?
Yes.
Dr. Longley?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We stand recessed until, what time are we starting tomorrow morning? 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. And thank everybody for their patience and working through this with us.